Good evening, everyone.
Recording in progress.
I call to order this September 24th regular meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission. Mr. Tavera, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Chair Aiken,
Here.
Vice Chair Chang,
Here.
Commissioner Heckman,
Here.
Commissioner James,
Here.
Commissioner G,
Here.
Commissioner Peterson,
Here.
Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
For the record, we have quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment requests for items that are not on the agenda tonight?
Yes, through the chair, we do have one request to speak. It is going to be Christine N. I would invite Christine N to come to the mic.
Hi, commissioners. I'm a resident of Ventura, and I'm speaking for my neighbor, next door neighbor, Christine Nguyen. And this is in regards to a set of proposals released about a bike and pedestrian route. I'm looking at the clock here. Okay, and I'll just proceed, and then I'll say that I agree with what she's saying, and we'll add as much as time allows. I'll read quickly. She's sent this, so it's public record at this point. I'm Christine Nguyen, and I've lived in my house in Palo Alto for 26 years. This is more than just a house to me. It's where I brought my only child into the world, where I raised her, where every milestone of her life was unfolded. It is the only home she has ever known, and I raised her to be a caring adult through community service. Over the past 10 years, my daughter and I have each contributed hundreds of volunteer hours, working with food banks, distributing food for low-income families and seniors, serving food at women homeless shelters, and helping students by volunteering at the public libraries and at the school district. We are not just residents, we are active contributors who have given back to this community. I want to be clear, I fully support safe biking and sustainability, but tearing down longstanding homes is not the right path forward. Under California Constitution, Article 1, Section 19, and the U.S. Constitution's Fifth Amendment, private property cannot be taken or damaged for public use without clear necessity and just compensation. That necessity has not been demonstrated here. And beyond the law, this proposal contradicts Palo Alto's own adopted plans. The comprehensive plan and the 2023-2031 housing element both commit to preserving existing housing and protecting neighborhood character. If the city destroys homes for this project, it undermines those commitments and the trust residents place in you. There are other options, for instance, using existing rights of way, rerouting through underutilized land, or reallocating roadway space that can achieve your transportation goals without displacing families. Progress should not mean erasing the very community you are meant to serve. I urge you, please protect our homes. Thank you, and that was Christine Nguyen. Okay, and I have 40 seconds for myself. I'm her neighbor, and my home is also stated as one of the 8 homes, one of the 4 homes that may be taken by public domain under the 8 proposals, I think created by the consultants hired by the city for potential new pedestrian routes and bike routes. And while I too also am a daily biker for my commute, I wanted to express that I found it with dismay that they were not first polling local residents on that very street. And I urge you as council members to please rethink the proposal and come to our neighborhood to see how crammed our streets are. I don't think it's a safe bike route for children, 2 of which I have in the public schools here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to Christine as well.
Our next public commenter is Ward T.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ward Thomas. I'm a neighbor of Ellen and Christine and everybody in that area. So, and I talked to you, Alan, the other day. So thanks for your time on that. Basically, there are other ways to make this happen without taking people's houses. We just need to find those ways to make that happen, right? We've had to give back money in our budget because we don't have enough money. So we've had to claw back some personnel. So the city is not flush with cash right this second. If you try to buy people's houses for 10, 15, $20 million plus the project cost, it's a pretty big expense. So That's all I'm saying is there's a way to get around this to make this happen. I agree. I love bikes and want to make sure it's safe for people to cross back and forth underneath the train tracks. But let's do it without taking our neighbors' houses at the end of the day. And it sounds like there are different ways to make that happen. I haven't read the full consultant report of all the different variations, but I did read the one about the 8. And I think that viable. It doesn't just takes a parking lot, not a big deal. And then if you go all the way down to G and H, there's some complications with those, but it doesn't take people's houses. But B and C takes people's houses, D and E takes people's houses, F takes people's houses. Those alternates are just, it stinks, right? You live here all your life. You just want to live your life. And if somebody buys your house through eminent domain, you can't really afford to go buy another house in Palo Alto. It just doesn't work that way. Once you're out, you're out. So please continue doing your due diligence. Let's make sure that our people can get safely back and forth, but also let's not take our neighbors' houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Do we have any other comments?
To the chair, I have no other public comments.
Very good. Assistant Director Armour, do we have any agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
No changes.
Pardon me, was there yes, sorry, I missed your light. Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question to Ms. Arner. The plans that were discussed in the public comment, are those going to be coming to the Planning Commission? And if so, do we know, what season we might see them?
Hello, Ria Barrett-Lowe, Chief Transportation Official. I think that the project that they're referring to is the South Palo Alto Connectivity Project, and that we plan to bring that to PTC in November.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, we did view that while you were out as well. All right, picking back up again, Assistant Director Armour, do we have any agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
No, we do not.
All right, it's time for the official reports, and we'll begin with you, Ms. Armour.
Thank you. As usual, just a brief presentation about your upcoming meetings. So the next slide. Your next 2 meetings will be on October 8th and October 29th. On the 8th, we are scheduled to bring back to you the proposed project at 660 University Avenue, as well as consideration of a zoning code amendment request in regards to grandfathered uses, sometimes referenced as the shrink wrap rule. Will be an interesting discussion. Then on the 29th, we have the potential of having 3 items, though some of them will be relatively short presentations. The first being a presentation by Samtrans about the Grand Boulevard project and effort. This is something that has been along El Camino Real more broadly, but at this time is just in San Mateo, but includes, because there is the Samtrans connection to Palo Alto, includes that. Also, an update about Palo Alto Link and bringing back to you for initial discussion the retail revitalization as we work towards a permanent ordinance on that. On the next slide, we then have some of the items that are going to council or recently went. The conditional use permit recommended by the PTC for 400 Mitchell Lane was approved on consent by council, and they held their pre-screening for 414 California Avenue on September 15th. And on Monday, September 29th, they are scheduled to have a couple of consent calendar items that are relevant to your work. No attendance by the liaison is needed at that meeting. And then on October 6th, City Council is scheduled to have their first look at the San Antonio Road Area Plan, a follow-up to all of the commission and board and committee meetings that we've been having on that effort. And that concludes my presentation, but I'm available for questions. And we do have the Chief Transportation Official here as well.
So in terms of transportation updates, We have a couple of things that are going to council in the near future. Quarry Road Extension, this is a project that was related to a ballot measure. There will be an MOU with Stanford going to City Council on September 29th. Grade separation project, this is scheduled for a community meeting for Churchill / Seal, in addition to Meadow and Charleston, and those are scheduled for September 30th. There's one at 4 p.m. and then one at 6 p.m. for the different locations. And then the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan, we plan to bring that in November. Also, we're in Safe Routes to School, back to school season. There's a lot of bike rodeos and other safety activities happening at the moment.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. So questions from commissioners for our staff, beginning with Commissioner Templeton.
I have a couple of questions for you, but first, you just mentioned bike rodeos, and I heard from a certain Girl Scout Gold Project graduate that the bike project that she initiated with Palo Alto has just opened. Do you want to say anything about that?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I should have added that to my list. So the city has opened the traffic garden at Ventura Community Centre. This was a project that was initiated by a student, Lara Kamak, I think that's how you pronounce her name, and she'll be receiving a proclamation from City Council, and I think that is also, is that the 29th as well? I'm not sure what the date is, but sometime in the next couple of council meetings.
That's pretty amazing, and I don't know if the commissioners that were here at the time remember when she came to present it to us and try to find some support, and she found it with the transportation department and the bike team, and it's really wonderful that that has happened. Thank you for mentioning the commendation. The other thing I wanted to mention is something I haven't seen before, but the way it played out today felt like maybe it happens more often, that I want to just mention to you and we can follow up with it. I was at the Churchill intersection, and most times I'm with Alma, most times I go through that, there's a train, and so I understand what the traffic situation is, but this was a time in which no train was involved. And there was a backlog of people trying to go forward. So the whole street was backed from El Camino all the way to Alma. And the people trying to proceed across Alma towards El Camino were unable to get through. And so they were sitting through the light. And the people behind them who wanted to turn left didn't want to wait. So 3 or 4 cars went around them in the lane for traffic going the other direction to bypass them. And it was a little scary to watch because the people that were going straight were trying not to be stuck on the train tracks, unable to move. But there was a lot of pressure from behind them to get out of the way so people could turn left. So I just wanted to mention that, since as a use case that is pretty dangerous for the people that were on bikes, the pedestrians. It was a very busy intersection this time of day, especially now that school's back in session. So I don't know if that's something that you'd like us to talk about with the community, or you would just want to proceed with, looking at recommendations to make it safer, but I thought I'd bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. Speaking of being blocked between Alma and El Camino, I also had that experience today, but at a different intersection, and at the Meadow intersection, which, as the commissioners know, I live over there. And I previously have mentioned, and I believe Commissioner Templeton also had this experience where now that the signal is on the El Camino side of the train tracks, it doesn't necessarily always trigger the signal. And so on my way here today, I waited through multiple signals where there was no movement until we had a pedestrian hit the signal button at the bottom. And that triggered the greens for the going from the El Camino side across onto Alma. So that's something to look into. And then I had another question about, this is more of a general question, we can take it offline as well, about kind of the different routes that we're selecting for Safe Routes to School in terms of, in a previous version of the bike ped plan, we identified certain intersections of level of transit stress 4, but some of those are still on the Safe Routes to School. So just kind of a general comment. One that comes particularly to mind is the intersection at El Camino Way and El Camino on the Los Robles side. Currently, that is identified as a level of transit stress 4, but I personally used to bike through El Camino Way, and I'm worried about potential increased congestion, or if we're still labeling that as a safe route to school and any changes we have there. So just since you mentioned that as a topic, I just also want to bring up my concern about that. But happy to chat more about my experience offline as well.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I just want to support those comments. I would really like to work on the safety improvement. This is the intersection. I used to walk every day to get my son from Barron Park to school, and I witnessed a collision with two girls that were biking to gun. It really needs to be dealt with, but I understand it requires interagency cooperation. So trust that Senator Becker's office is ready when you are to talk about these things. So if there's any things that we want to work on there, you know, that's the connection that the council has or that the staff has to be able to work those out. I'm not speaking on his behalf. I do no longer work on his staff, but I do know that they would like us to share any needs we have with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner G.
Sorry, one other comment on that. Since the addition of the Key School also on that corner, it's become exceptionally busy, kind of on El Camino Way onto El Camino. And I really appreciate the no right turn on red, although it's like a little bit more frustrating as a driver, but there just are so many kids there that I think it's important to have that. Just want to say those things. Thank you, Office of Transportation.
Any other questions for Ms. Armour or Ms. Lowe? Seeing none, I believe it is time to proceed to our first agenda item. Study session to review the final conceptual design for the portion of the Crescent Park traffic calming project at Southwood and East Crescent.
So I'll be presenting this item and providing also a bit of context for the work as well. You can move to the next one.
Pardon me, yes, we will have the staff presentation first and then clarifying questions if anyone on the commission has them. And then it will be time for public comment. So I'll give you a heads up when we're getting close.
We can move to the next, there we go. Actually, you can move to the next one as well. You can move to, okay. So the goal of this item is to provide an opportunity for PTC to review the final concept plans for the permanent installation of the Crescent Park traffic calming project, and also to close the loop from a prior PTC meeting in April when PTC had asked staff to meet with residents and then return with an update. So to provide some context on this issue, traffic calming in general and Palo Alto's traffic calming program specifically aims to improve pedestrian and bicycle safety and neighbourhood livability by reducing traffic speeds, crashes and cut-through traffic on particularly local streets, but also collectors as well. So there's some foundational concepts. One of them is the public right-of-way needs to serve multiple functions, and so it needs to work for a diverse range of users, including pedestrians, bicyclists, and drivers, and also provide clear cues for how to use the space, where to travel, where to look, and how fast to move. And so the design speed is also a foundational concept as well, and the concept of risk homeostasis. So these concepts kind of go hand in hand. So for example, instead of having a very wide roadway and corners with a very large turning radius, which you could safely travel on as a driver at very high speed, the concept of design speed and risk homeostasis is to kind of narrow things up, square things up a bit so that the cues for drivers are to approach the space a little bit more slowly, a bit more cautiously, and be looking out for other types of users, and also to have points where you really slow down and kind of observe where people are coming from and going to. You can go to the next slide. In terms of Crescent Park, the project was initiated in 2018, and so I apologise, this is probably recap for most of you. And then there was pilot implementation in 2021 after going to both to the community, to PTC and to council, and also, of course, the analysis and design that goes into that. In 2022, there was an evaluation and community engagement, which resulted in more than 70% support for the improvements to be made permanent. In 2023 June, the item came to PTC and was recommended to council to proceed with the design for the permanent installation. And it went to council in November of that year, and council provided approval for the concept designs to proceed to engineering design for permanent installation. So staff will be moving on to the engineering design, and in the interim, we've come back a couple of times and done some supplementary community engagement and refined the designs a little bit, and we can refine them a little bit more as we go into the engineering design. And so that happened in April of 2024 and actually also April of 2025. I understand that there's some consternation about, this is a study session today. And the reason why this is labelled as a study session is because we already received council approval to proceed to the next steps. And so no action is required from PTC or from the council. That doesn't mean that we don't have leeway to refine some of the design details as we move into the engineering design. And so within the framework of council direction, staff can make some of those, design detail improvements. So in terms of the actual pilot, this is, there's a couple of locations. The first one is a Southwood and Crescent intersection. So you can see before the pilot on the left, it's a very, very wide intersection. This corner on the right has a corner radius of, seems like more than 100 feet. And typically what is recommended is between 10 and 20 in order to help motorists to slow down. So it's a really, you can take this corner at a very high speed, or could take it back in the day. Also very long crossing distance for pedestrians crossing from one side to the other. And so on the right-hand side, we have, with the pilot installation, you have a new stop sign and then the bulb out. It's quite a large bulb out at the moment. It squares up, what the goal there is to square up the intersection so that motorists know that you can't just take that corner very quickly, because there's also motorists coming from Southwood. So that could be a collision point as well. And also there's the stop signs as well to help, to help motorists to understand that the right of way should be on the Southwood side. For the other location at Centre, Southwood and Hamilton, the before condition is shown on the left. It's a vast intersection with a lot of streets converging, a lot of different conflict points and unclear right-of-ways. And then on the right-hand side is the pilot condition with a roundabout, and there's some temporary materials for kind of helping to channelise the motorists as they're approaching the intersection. And roundabouts are proven safety, actually both of these things are proven safety countermeasures. They function to reduce speeds and to help to inform drivers and provide the cues of where things are coming from and where things are going to. So next slide. So just to recap, I understand that some of you are on PTC at this time, but in terms of the pilot evaluation, the design successfully incorporated a number of proven safety countermeasures, including the narrower crossing distances, the corner radii, squaring up the intersection, and roundabouts. There was also a substantial reduction in vehicle volumes, and also that was in absolute terms, as well as comparing to controls. There was a small reduction in vehicle speeds, and also that was a larger reduction than comparing to the controls. and also a supermajority of community support for making these improvements permanent. Transportation projects always involve a balance of competing interests and different users of the right-of-way. And so typically for traffic calming, staff would be very happy with a 60% support rate. So these levels of support, we would consider these to be very high levels of support, given all the different interests and perspectives in the community. Next slide. In terms of the permanent installation, the concept design for the permanent installation. So the idea is, actually this should be number 2, that's fine. So number 2 at Hamilton Centre and Southwood, it's basically converting the temporary materials into permanent materials. So they would be, concrete channelizers at each of those locations, and then the roundabout with the concrete around it and plus landscaping. For the other location, which is location number 1, Southwood Drive and East Crescent, similar concept to convert the, next slide, to convert the materials from temporary to permanent and to provide also landscaping materials. And there are 4 key design refinements that have been made since this design as well. So first of all, one of them is reducing the size of the curb extension so it's a smoother turn for motorists. So you can see on the left here is what we have as the pilot installation, and it actually kind of juts out into the street. And so kind of pulling that back about 5 feet on the right-hand side is what is proposed to provide a little bit more space, but while still achieving the project's goals of improving safety. Secondly, adding a pedestrian platform. So you can see near the vehicle shown in this image, there's a pedestrian platform. This is similar to other neighbourhoods throughout the city where pedestrians can access vehicles from the sidewalk. Thirdly, adjusting the curb alignment to accommodate on-street parking and passenger loading post AB 413. So AB 413 does not allow vehicles to be parked within 20 feet of the approach of an intersection. And if there's a curb, a bulb out, then it's a 15 feet distance. And so if the curb ramp was in the former position, then you actually couldn't park in that location based on AB 413. And then fourthly, also the project incorporates some drought tolerant and low height landscaping to improve visibility and aesthetics and align with neighbourhood character. This also has potential to increase the permeable surfaces as well, which has stormwater benefits. We understand there's some anxiety and that not 100% of people are in favour of these improvements. And that's very normal for transportation projects. We're trying to balance different issues, and it's an infill city, so we don't have all the space, in the world to make improvements. So it's kind of working within what we have, the space that we have. And project also involves change, which is always there's an adjustment period for the community as well. Staff does recommend moving forward to the engineering design. And because the project has demonstrated success in achieving its goals, further delays to the project will increase construction costs. And also there are diminishing returns in terms of the potential refinement of the design details. We can incorporate some more design detail refinements as we move into engineering design, but I think there are diminishing returns and there's also some opportunity costs because staff would like to move on to other projects as well. So we're very understaffed at the moment, so I think that's also something worth considering. So in terms of the next steps, they would include preparing 100% engineering drawings to incorporate those design refinements that I referred to, initiating a construction phase for permanent installation, and returning to council for review of the construction contract. I'll note that Palo Alto has really been a pioneer in the area of traffic calming, and has really kind of led the way nationally in terms of traffic calming improvements. And this is also, those improvements are part of what makes Palo Alto such a great place to walk and to bike, and kind of the good balance of all the modes here. And so we're confident that this traffic calming work in Crescent Park can help to continue that tradition, can balance the needs of different users, and can improve safety and reduce cut-through traffic and speed, continue to do that in this neighbourhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. That was very useful. All right, clarifying questions from the commission. I have Commissioner Templeton, Commissioner James, and Commissioner Heckman in that order.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for a lovely presentation, and I appreciate all of the guidance on how to interpret this project. I've been here since the very beginning, and I think all the conversations we've had have been productive. So at first, I want to just clarify, what do you mean pilot?
What I mean by pilot is that it's an interim, we're using interim materials and trying out the treatments in this location.
Is it like a proof of concept?
I think that's what pilot typically means, yes.
Okay, we'll come back to that later. I'm just clarifying what you mean by that. Also, can we go back to the chart that you showed about neighborhood support? Yes, this one. What is the in these? How many people were involved in providing this feedback?
Oh, I'm not sure. Let me see. I think there's a couple of people online who may be able to.
So it looks like for the Southwood Crescent, it could be 4 people with 1 disagreeing and 3 agreeing. So we'd need to know, since it's not exactly 25 and 75, it's unlikely that that's the number, but it would be helpful to know. And we can also come back to that later. It'd be a question I would love to have an answer to later. And did you do any filtering at all on the type of people that you received responses from? For example, people whose access to their home was being affected versus people who were not being affected. And I assume it's people who use the intersection, not people that would be filterable in any other way.
So the traffic calming program has guidance on who to incorporate. So it's not everybody who's using the intersection. It's just.
Oh, I don't need an
neighbors.
explanation. I just want to know who it is.
Okay.
Like if you don't know, we can come back to that when you have the information, but I want to know what neighborhood support means, because that will very likely come into play in our discussion. So if we could get a clear answer of what neighborhood support means, that would be super helpful for the rest of our conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner James.
Yes, thank you. My man on the street sort of view of this is that, everybody wants the same outcome. And largely what the sticking point is, or one of them anyway, is frankly just the appearance and how sort of big the bulb out is compared to what it was before. And I guess I know there's just an awful lot of sort of guidance and standards and restrictions on ramps and whether they need to be straight or where they need to be and so forth. But I actually brought my French curve from drafting, and I know there's a whole lot of ways that you can connect 2 points. And I guess my question is, are we sure, or is there? How could we get to the result we need with the minimum amount of bulb out? Is there, have we looked at that? It seems to follow, the street line from Southwood Drive, but is that essential? Is there some other way to connect that outer point and that stop sign to the curb that would just slim it down? even more. I know you've slimmed it down already, but I just wonder if there's some kind of radical solution that would still have it functioning. And just, I feel like maybe we've looked at the engineering strictly from a function standpoint. And is there anything more we can do from an aesthetic design standpoint that would achieve the same goal, but maybe be more respectful to the front yard where of the gentleman whose house is right here at this bulb. So that's really my question. I mean, I would love to get some, insight into whether, is that doable? Is that naive? Is there some other more graceful line that would still, pass the point of slowing the traffic that would make that more aesthetically pleasing?
I think that's possible. I think we can take another look at the size of the bulb out. Yeah, and also on the N, it was 114.
Thank you very much. Anything about the filters?
Not yet.
Okay.
Anything else, Commissioner James?
No, thank
Okay.
you.
I have Commissioner Heckman, Vice Chair Chang, Commissioner Peterson, and then Commissioner G. So Commissioner Heckman, you're up.
Thank you. The design that the council has authorized the Transportation Department to move forward with, is that the same design that we saw the last time it was at the PTC, or were there modifications after it left us?
So the modifications would be incorporated into the engineering design, but what was planned in terms of additional modifications is to straighten that curb slightly where the platform is. Actually, can you go?
Slide 10, I think.
Okay, that sounds good. So that you can pull up, flush with the curb and make sure that you can, stop right there on the side. Yeah, right where that vehicle is, to make sure that you can get the car all the way to the curb and like at a bus stop, for example.
Okay, all right. That's helpful. Next question. The staff report at packet page 10 describes, and we're looking at the image now, this extension from the curb to from the sidewalk to the blue car is referred to as a concrete pad. And I just wanted to make sure I understand the term. So it's a flat piece of concrete that connects the sidewalk and basically terminates at the curb, which is I suspect a standard curb. Is that right?
Yes, could you go to slide 19? We have a lot of these throughout the city. So here are a couple of examples.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So I do understand the term correctly. All right. And then the last sort of clarifying question, it's clear from the staff report that the engineering department is one of their constraints or guidelines is, if you will, is this needs to be ADA compliant.
Yes.
And the staff report declares that it is, and I believe it is. But I'm wondering, I think it might be helpful to the commission if you can help us understand, how it's ADA compliant. And so the question I had is, how does a mobility impaired person at this location get from the sidewalk into a car at this location using presumably that concrete ramp? So maybe just kind of walk us through those steps.
So they would pull up to the vehicle and be able to step on as if they were stepping onto a bus.
Okay. Can we go back to slide 10? All right. So this may just be the scale or the drawing is inexact, but to me, it looks like this concrete ramp will meet the car kind of in the middle of the front passenger side fender.
Mhm.
So that if I open the door at that location, the door is basically going to be blocking the concrete ramp. And so again, it could be just the way this drawing is done, but to be consistent with what your intention is a car could pull up like this blue car is, it could open the front door and the disabled person could move from the concrete ramp into the passenger seat. Is that the idea?
That is the idea. And the location of the pad is based on the current location of the ramp. So perhaps that could be tweaked slightly.
Okay,
So
so
the angle is slightly different.
so I would, that perhaps should be looked at, because again, that was my impression, is this was the intent of the design. And so we want to make sure that the intent meets the reality.
Yeah.
Those are my questions, clarifying questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Chang.
So my first question is about AB 413. So let's say that there were no bulb out and the current sidewalk were maintained. Does AB 413 then require us to still update the ramp if no additional work is being done?
Yeah, we would need to update the ramp because we would be removing like the stop sign that's there at the moment. And so the current ramp is not consistent with current ADA standards. I think it was probably consistent with the standards at the time.
But don't we
So-
have ramps all over the city that are not consistent? And so what is it about the stop
Because
sign?
because when you do work, then you need to bring things up to standard, up to code.
Right, but if we weren't doing any work because there were no berm there or no bulb out, then do we still need to bring it up to standard?
My understanding is that like removing the stop sign or that sort of thing would still be considered work. That's my understanding of the requirement.
But if we kept the stop sign, because that's the whole point, we want to slow the traffic down, then there would be no work. Is that correct?
So we would be if you're removing the bulb out, the stop sign is actually in the street if we're going back to the original design of the street.
Okay, so because the stop sign would need to be moved, then that would be considered be doing work on the entire intersection, in which case any ramp leading to the intersection would need to be updated.
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. My second question is, could you go to the data slide with the 2 bar charts? And I want to ask, is that the same data that the PTC saw on June 14th, 23? Yes, that is the same data.
That's my
And
understanding.
then it
yes.
was collected in fall of 2022, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So at the time, both the report, the Fair and Peers report, said that we can't separate the pandemic and project effects. And that was confirmed by the engineer, Mr. Badia, who presented to us at the time, saying that we can't say with great certainty that the effects of the reduction in vehicle volumes and the potential reduction in vehicle speed were due to were actually due to the project. Is this the only data that we have demonstrating the success of the pilot?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Peters.
So I have a quick question. I looked through here and I thought I saw it. Where's the table with the number of vehicle trips per day broken down into morning and evening?
That would be from the report in 2023, and it was in the Fair and Pierce attachment to that report.
Do we have that in the packet?
It would be referenced in the packet. It wasn't an attachment to this report.
Clickable referenced or?
Right, that's what I was getting at. Is it, do I have it access? I wasn't here in 2023, so.
So on packet page 10, there are links to where you can find those previous reports, including the November 6th, 2023 council report online.
Page 10. And,
Packet page 9, if I put it down. And it's in the, yeah.
okay.
Correct. There are links on packet page 9 and packet page 10.
Can you give me the number? It's in the footnote, right? Are we talking about footnote 3, 4, 5, or 6? Just so I don't have to click on all of them.
Footnotes 1 and 2 on the first page of the staff report.
1 and 2.
And footnotes, looks like they're labeled 5 and 6 on the second page of the staff report.
Do we know which one of those has the report, or should I just look through them?
I'm sorry.
Actually,
Oh,
could
so
we,
I
when
think it was the June 14th, 2023.
when we come back for discussion on it, can we just put it up on the screen? Maybe that's the easier way.
Okay.
We can try and locate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. My question is similar to Vice Chair Chang's. Do you mind pulling up the slide with the blue car that we keep talking about? I'm just going to start asking my question so we can be prepared. Do you mind kind of telling us a little bit more about so kind of in line with Vice Chair Chang's question, what if we didn't do any work look like here, and like which sections are impacted by the state bill?
Are impacted by, say that again.
And which, so I think you mentioned 15 feet with the bulb out. Can you just help me understand, if we did no work on this section, what the kind of current state would be?
So to go back to something which is kind of resembling the original, you would eliminate the stop signs and you would eliminate the bulb out, and that pad that is near where the car is, that would become the curb ramp. So you would need to make that ADA compliant, and then that becomes the crosswalk. So there would be a crosswalk from there to the other side, and so then you would need a 20-foot section for the approach of that where you couldn't park.
And also, so okay, here. So I'm just gonna hopefully draw really quickly. Sorry, folks, the drawing workshop will happen soon. Okay, let me undo that. Okay, so what you're saying here is that then this would become, is that visible?
Yes.
Okay, so this would become the crosswalk, is that correct?
Yes.
And then we would basically have a no parking zone over here. Let's wait for it to show up.
Yeah.
So of 20 feet,
Yes.
because there's no bulb out
Correct.
in the previous, okay. And then also in front of this section, would there be any impact as well? Like, is there no parking in front of the intersection?
Correct, because that would be considered inside the box of the intersection.
Okay, and that would also be 20 feet?
No, you can't park inside an
Oh, okay.
intersection.
Yeah, I guess, yes,
Yeah.
even though it's, yes, because I understand. Okay, so with that, and then, okay, so is there a world in which, for example, we actually don't have a bulb out, but then we just put a crosswalk, say over here, and then the crossing is like this? And then the blue car is now outside the intersection, and this distance here is like more than 20, and so then we can keep whatever's there. Is that a possibility?
I think anything is a possibility, but this might not achieve the project goals because you have that initial issue of the very wide turning radius and the.
Okay, so it would still have the impact of the radius, but if we were to put a stop sign there, hypothetically, people would stop at the stop sign?
Yeah, that's possible.
So, okay, so I guess I'm just wondering if if all the math worked out here, that such that you could put a ramp at whatever the original, the spot I've identified over here, then you could then with the ramp that's now being filled in, would that have to have work be done to it? Because Vice Chair Chang's comment is that the work is being done on the intersection, but if we put a ramp on the far side, would that ramp still need to get filled in? Because it's now outside the intersection?
Yeah, but the city doesn't provide ramps where we don't recommend that pedestrians cross because it sends the wrong cues in terms of where you cross the street.
But right now there already exists a ramp. So even if we decide to like that this now ramp is outside of the intersection, we would still need to fill it in. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, that's all.
Right, I will jump in here with my one clarifying question, and then we'll move on to Commissioner Templeton. So at some point, I would like to understand the regulatory context a little better, because what I'm hearing, I think, is that now that the pilot project has been built, there is no possible way forward that doesn't involve eliminating the ramp that Mr. Duran currently uses. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's my understanding.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't need this immediately, but for future reference, it would be nice to know the regulatory basis for that so that we can apply it to projects in the future.
Okay, yeah, it's to do with ADA. So this was the direction that we got in relation to ADA.
Right, but I find it difficult to believe that a case like this is actually covered explicitly by ADA. So there must be some train of reasoning that justifies it. And I'm just curious as to what that is.
Okay.
So I can address that briefly. And I think it's what the director mentioned earlier, which is, we don't have an obligation to immediately bring all of our intersections up to code, up to current ADA standards. But when we are doing some capital work on an intersection, at that point, we do have to bring everything up. So in this intersection, there were temporary changes installed, and in some way, we are going to have to convert those temporary measures into a permanent configuration. And so that work, whatever it is, whatever the permanent configuration looks like, is going to be work that triggers bringing everything in that intersection up to the current ADA standard.
Right, that's the easy case. The question that I'm driving at there is if it's returned to its original configuration so that there is in effect no work done, is it still the case that we need to upgrade the ramps to meet ADA requirements?
Yes, because returning it to its original configuration is in itself work.
Okay, and at some point in the future, I could use a reference just so I can get educated about the consequences of that. No need for it at the moment. All right, Commissioner Templeton.
Yeah, I had originally pressed that button because I wanted to speak after public comment, but now that you've asked those questions, I have another clarifying question. I'm going to go back to my first question. What do you mean by pilot? Because now it sounds like you mean permanent from the beginning. Any alterations at all to the intersection now start a whole cascade of changes that are now required to be, you can't stay or revert back to the original state. Is that now what you mean by pilot?
Well, I think that they're interim, but it is trying out the proof of concept with minimal cost.
Right, but with the understanding that the commitment has not yet been made. And what you're saying is any work at all was an implied commitment that the intersection will be brought up to code. And I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page because I think that is the source of the confusion. And I would love for you to clarify that, and then we can go to public comment, and I would have my rest of my comments at that time. I would love for you to clarify that.
Okay, so so the pilot is, it provides interim improvements to try out a concept with minimal cost. But we do need to comply with ADA. So that's kind of been, I think, the tricky thing for this project is that then reverting, we still need to comply with ADA
So
because that is.
When you
that
say
would be a-
try out, I
Look,
mean.
look, it's one of the features of the
Thank you for jumping
ADA
in.
that you can't, that I guess what you're pointing out is one of the features of the ADA is that you can't retain a non-compliant. You can't try something out and also keep a non-compliant feature.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think that is definitely something we should talk more about when we get to the discussion phase. Thank you.
Any further clarifying questions? All right, if not, then it is time for public comment. We have 3 minutes per speaker or 15 minutes for a group of 5 or more if there are any groups tonight. So Mr. Tavera, do we have public speakers?
Yes, through the chair, we have at the moment 4 public speakers, 1 in person and 3 via Zoom. I'll invite our first public speaker to the mic. It is James G. James G, you may now speak.
My name is Jim Durand, and I'm the co-owner of the home at 590 East Crest Drive. East Crest is a narrow tree-lined street shaded by magnolias, one of the most beautiful streets in Palo Alto. My wife Nita and I moved here after, after leaving the Air Force. I was an early employee at Hewlett-Packard. After nearly 2 decades of hard work, we were able finally to purchase this home, Nita's dream house. She lovingly restored and expanded it, and we raised 3 daughters here. For many years, it was the heart of our happy family. Nita and I were active at St. Mark's Episcopal Church in Palo Alto, where I still attend. Nita passed away after a brave battle with cancer. Since then, I faced my own health issues. I can no longer drive, and I rely on caregivers, but I still make it to the Palo Alto Y to stay active and connected. I only learned about the berm project the day the temporary structure went up in front of my house. No one from the city, the Office of Transportation, or Greg Welch, who calls himself the neighborhood representative, contacted me. That's hard to believe, especially since I've since learned that 2 similar projects in Crescent Park were withdrawn after residents raised questions. I was never given that opportunity. The berm immediately disrupted access to my house. Getting in and out of cars is now difficult and even dangerous, especially for someone my age. Parking in the driveway means walking twice the distance or navigating stairs without a handrail. These things matter when mobility is limited. After it went up, I spoke with neighbors who live closest to it. Most of us have been at this intersection for decades, and many are seniors. Nearly everyone disliked the berm and felt it didn't add value. I submitted a letter of objection signed by 10 of these neighbors to the OT. It was ignored. Later, I learned the berm would be subject to a Crescent Park neighborhood-wide vote, not one reflecting the sentiments of those most affected. Once again, this feels like a deliberate effort to silence our voices. I ask this commission to take meaningful action. Please remove the berm and install 3 stop signs instead. You'll likely hear from Greg Welch, who are going to keep it in front of my house. I wonder how strongly he'd feel if it were in front of his own. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Any
Chair.
questions?
We typically don't take questions from commenters, but thank you. To ask questions of commenters, pardon me.
To the chair, our next speaker is Lori G. Lori G, you may now speak.
My name is Lori Durand, and I am a part owner of 590 East Crescent Drive. I only learned of this meeting this morning, and I have previously received nothing from the city notifying me of actions in this matter. I suspect other owners of properties on East Crescent and Southwood have similarly not been informed, and the Office of Transportation's repeated citations quoting neighborhood, quote, supermajorities, unquote, or, quote, all those responding, unquote, represent feeble efforts on the part of staff to reach neighboring homeowners, some of whom are bedridden or dying, most of whom have lived in the neighborhood for decades. Who are these 114 people who supposedly use this intersection? OT's efforts regarding this intersection are founded on sand. Based on complaints, including perhaps those of pedestrians who cross Southwood wherever, this intersection was swept up into the traffic calming exercise for all of Crescent Park. Evidence collected in the earliest studies showed the 85th percentile speed on East Crescent within 1.3 miles of 25 miles per hour, which is the legal speed limit through most Palo Alto neighborhoods. There was zero evidence of unusual accidents in the area. Basically, the only problem was complaints, unless the complaints come from a billionaire on Edgewood, his employees, guests who attend his parties, and the staff and families of students of his school, the people who just happen to care about how wide the turning radius is at that intersection. If the problem were in fact one of calming traffic, the city should have first introduced missing crosswalks and speed humps. The city also has the option of making East Crescent a one-way street. Instead, prejudiciously, OT has attacked a single property, supposedly on behalf of many, but actually on behalf of those on Edgewood. OT claims that people responding to its inquiries like this abomination, yet its own data shows that there hasn't been much change in the speed on East Crescent. In fact, the percentiles hide other important data, such as wind speeds are high, but OT isn't sharing any of that data, even under PRA requests. Let's face it, from the start, the bulb out at this intersection was a bad idea. For over 7 years, OT has ignored all other less expensive and easier to maintain options. It has ignored 100 years of history at this intersection. It has made excuses for declining traffic during the pandemic. It doesn't acknowledge that all other bulb outs in Palo Alto do not obliterate the front yards of houses. City staff are trying to evade bringing ADA ramps up to standards. Really? I respectfully suggest that undue influence and bias have played a role in this process, and that by allowing this plan to move forward, no matter how tired you are of hearing about it, you would be setting a dangerous and ugly precedent of targeting specific homes based on anonymous complaints, not facts. OT staff made this decision in 2018. In 2025, those who represent the citizens and homeowners of Palo Alto should demand city staff provide sensible solutions to complaints of distant homeowners unsubstantiated by any data.
Our next speaker is Lisa W. Lisa, you may now, Lisa L. Lisa, you may now speak.
Thank you. I would like to point out that my sister Juanita Goggins is also trying to get into the Zoom and has been unable to do so, and I would like her to have the opportunity to speak. I want to start off by saying that we received the Transportation Department's staff memo 1 hour before this meeting was to start. And I have to say that it appears that the commission, it was prompted by the commission raising questions of the OT staff. And in response, the OT has now said that they don't need your vote to move forward with the project. I have to say for the record how outrageous it is that as a citizen, that once the commission presents with the OT with questions about the berm, the OT decides that the commission no longer has authority to vote on this measure. Who does the OT answer to? Do they have plenary power to implement whatever measures they want without responding to input of the PTC and neighbors impacted by their costly and unnecessary projects? I also want to address some of the questions that the commission has raised before they open it up for your session. One question that you raised was, Commissioner James, was how can we get to a result with a minimum amount of bulb out? And in response, the head of the OT said something like, well, I think it's possible. I would like to note for the record that twice before the commission has asked them to change the bulb out, to make it smaller, to come up with redesigns, both in June 2023 and again in April 2025. And each time they never did. In fact, they've only doubled down on their existing design. And now it's stripped you from your authority to provide any input. I also would like to point out, as one of the commissioners noted with the image with the car, that there is no way that my father, who not only relies on caregivers, but relies on Uber drivers, will be able to get out of his car and from the backseat of that car. In addition, you all have pointed out the ADA issues with this project. I find it implausible that the installation of Temporary measures, which have now been in front of the House for 4 years, did not trigger the ADA requirements, a law that's been in effect since 1990. I do not understand how suddenly taking out those measures would trigger the ADA, but installing them, leaving them there for 4 years did not. Last, I'd like to point out that there is a solution that would allow my father to still access his house and that cement walkway. They could simply, as they've said they're willing to do with the berm, make the ramp a concrete pad. That will then eliminate any notion of it being a quote crosswalk, which everybody is concerned about. We need a solution here that allows my father to have access to his house. We have submitted a letter that has detailed statements about why we're against this process. The first point, and unfortunately I don't have time to respond to all those things because of the last minute 11th hour memo that the Transportation Department submitted. But the first point is that the whole purpose of this measure was to calm traffic. And as you have noted, the data that they have submitted, which was measured at the end of, or in the fall of 2022, is marred. Their own consultants state that the data is inconclusive, that there is no way of showing that this ridiculous bulb out, that it's been called bizarre and unsightly and unacceptable, and they've been told to redo. There's no way that that is responsible for the decreased traffic on East Crescent. It is simply a matter of COVID and the fact that very few people are now traveling to work and no longer are using the street as a cut through. The second point I want to point out is that we were not ever asked for our opinion.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel H.
Hi there, Daniel Hansen, live on Edgewood Drive, have for 24 years. We drive these intersections all the time, we do virtually every day. And I can tell you that East Crescent, the way it was, worked fine. I never saw an issue with it. It has a natural calming to it, the way it is originally designed, because it's very narrow. There tends to be cars parked along it. So one way kind of makes sense to me, but the way it was, I didn't see any issue with it. So maybe just keep it the way it was. So I'm here to support my neighbor. I think we should do everything we can to make sure he has access to his house. And also in terms of the survey, I wasn't asked about this. Maybe you broaden this out, include the whole Crescent Park neighborhood, Green Meadow, everybody within reach of these intersections. The five-way intersection, that one makes some sense to me. It's always been clumsy. It's always been hard to navigate. So having the, I guess it's a roundabout now, or however it is, seems to work the way it's currently done. And I think the design seems to work there. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
To the chair, I have no more raised hands on Zoom and no more speaker cards for this item.
Okay, we had one person trying to get in, and I take it that was not successful.
To the chair, that individual has their hand raised now. What do you accept?
Then I think in this case, we should take that comment.
Give me one. Nita G, you may now speak.
Hi, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. We had a plan, but it sounds like it's sort of gone out of order. So my apologies. I'll try to go through what was a 6-minute speech, split between 2 of us, to a 3-minute speech covered by one of us. We're basically we're here to urge you to reject the proposed permanent berm. The first point is the data does not support the berm. The intersection at East Crescent and Southwood has always been safe. According to the city, the intersection has no record of accidents or citations. Speeds are and have always been low. Despite this record of safety, the OT determined that it would install a berm at the intersection as part of its sweeping plan to reduce the volume and speed of vehicles in Crescent Park. The OT study comparing pre- and post-pilot data at the intersection was flawed for 2 reasons. First, pre-pilot data measured pre-COVID data, post-pilot data measured post-COVID data when traffic volume had declined across Palo Alto. There's a lot more details that I'm going to just gloss over because I think you all are aware of them. The findings from Fair and Pierce show a slight increase in speed post-pilot. Volume changes higher in the morning, lower in the afternoon were attributed to COVID. The efficacy of the pilot was deemed inconclusive. These facts are all contained in the Fair and Pierce post-pilot study. But in contrast to the conclusion of its own consultants, the OT falsely and repeatedly claimed that the berm improved safety, reduced volume, and reduced speeds in its presentations to the City Council and the Planning and Transportation Commission. We believe that these misrepresentations played a critical role in convincing certain members of the City Council and the Commission to support the berm. The second important point is that the berm makes life more dangerous for our father. No one can safely drop him off at the curb. From the OT's own drawing, slide 10, our father can only safely exit a vehicle by sitting if the car is sitting in an exact spot and he is sitting in the front seat of that car. Further, our father's path to his front door from his driveway is now twice as long and unsafe. The berm creates a tripping hazard when entering and exiting cars. The narrowed roadway causes unnecessary traffic conflict. Third point that, as I think you're beginning to realize, is that we were left out of the process. My father canvassed the neighborhood as soon as he learned. He got 10 people to sign his petition, and the OT ignored the petition and instead put it out to a Crescent Park-wide vote where hundreds of people were solicited for input, not just the people who were stakeholders in that neighborhood. So the 10 people close to the berm, they rejected it. But when you put it out to such a wide vote, all sorts of people say, yeah. Anyway, I've had a lot more to say, but I appreciate your listening to me today. And thank you so much for your time. And thank you for your concern and your attention to this matter.
Thank you. And through the chair, while she spoke, there was one more hand raised, so I did want to let you know.
I think maybe it's time to cut off the public comments so we can proceed with discussion.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
All right. So before we start the commission discussion, I just wanted to make a framework setting comment. When this project last came before us back in April, it was classified as an action item, and we didn't complete it. We continued it eventually to a date uncertain. Tonight, as has been commented, it's been reclassified as a study session. So we will not be making a formal motion and taking a formal vote, I am told. However, I really want to see us take a poll informally if necessary when this is done, when our discussion is done, so that we can give council a very clear statement of our intent. So that's the target that I'd like us to aim for. In the meantime, let's begin the discussion. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you very much, Chair. I like that idea, and I would love a little bit more clarity if you have about, did council take an action in between when we continued it and today that has resulted in us not having this as an action item, or is that a staff question?
Over to you, Ms. Armour.
No, it was a clarification. The previous direction from council actually should have led to a study session at the previous discussion with PTC, is my understanding. Yeah. So it was more that it was a correction from how this should have previously been scheduled.
Seems like we're going to be talking a lot about how things should have been done tonight. Thank you for that. All right, so I've got a few things on my list, and I appreciate the indulgence of my peers. So we did talk about the proof of concept and how this initial project was billed to the community, and as a pilot with the implication, whether, I don't know if it was explicitly stated or just understood in terms of using that word, that it could be undone. I'm very concerned that that's not the case, because one of the things that we love to do with our transportation partners is to try things. And if we're not able to try things and admit that some of them don't work, we're going to spend a lot of your time, as you were mentioning earlier, all the extra time you have to spend is is just going to get much, much more, because then we're going to feel like it has to be perfect before we can buy in. And I think that is very counterproductive in terms of being responsive as a governing body. So, that's something that we would love to pass along through you to the council, that we need to make sure we understand that. And of course, that's in partnership with our legal counsel as well. Okay, so it looks like we had a large number of people that live in the neighborhood participate in the survey who might be using the roads, but we are unable to determine which of those, how that response table looks with people who are personally affected by the construction. Is that right?
So I received more information. So there was 114 in the whole neighborhood, and the 78% was from that whole area. There was 25 in the immediate neighborhood who responded to the second question. That was the 74% support, right?
So we're not able to filter out the people whose properties are personally affected by the construction.
I think the 25 would be personally affected. That would be the immediate
And what does
streets.
the chart look like for those 25?
What do you mean by chart?
The balance? Are you saying that all the people who said no represent that 26%?
Hang on, let me just have a look at that.
So there were two questions, and the first one was for the 114 respondents, and the second question was for the 26 respondents. And both of those responses were in the 75-25 range.
I'm sorry, is there a visual for that, or are you saying, could you please put the slide up?
Yeah, if we could
that
go
would be
back to
great.
Slide 8.
So you're saying 26 of the 114 were people that live in close proximity to the intersection and are affected by the construction?
No, so in this diagram, and Ripon, feel free to chime in if I'm not getting this correct. So in this diagram, actually, maybe is he a panelist? Okay. Did you want to chime in, Ripon?
Good afternoon. Good evening, Commissioners. Ripon Bhatia, Senior Engineer with Office of Transportation. So these two surveys shows two different the two different locations, but within the Southwood and Crescent, we also looked into a filtered out the residents which is within the immediate vicinity of the neighbor within of this intersection, and that results of the 25 residents who live in that neighborhood who responded to those comments to those surveys. 74% of those also were in favor of to proceed forward with these improvements. So the subset of item 1, which was to be filtering out only the ones who live within the immediate vicinity, which is maybe going 50 or 100 feet on all sides, and looking into that direction, and looking at those would be the 25 homes, maybe 3-4 homes on Southwood, 3-4 homes on the Southwood on this side, and then on the East Crescent. And so all of them were surveyed.
Mr. Bhatia, I think what I'm asking is people whose properties are adjacent to the construction, and I'm pretty sure that's one people. And
so there's only one person
in this room saying that he did not get surveyed.
No, the survey was sent out, and I don't want to.
It's okay. You don't have to respond to that. I'm asking.
No, that 1%. Yeah. That 1% you're already seeing that person is not in favor, right? So I'm not sure if that survey results needs to be that for 1% you already know what that is. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we have circled back to what the real problem is that there's a person whose property and access to that property is directly affected. And at our last meeting, our direction to you was, please come back when you have come to an agreement with him. And it sounds like you have a revision, but no agreement. So I'm trying to figure out how how it's back here yet if they're not satisfied. And I wonder if you have an answer to that before I go into my next point.
So staff did reach out and have a conversation, but we were not able to come to agreement.
Okay, thank you. That's really important to know because that is the essence of what we're dealing with. It's a very sad and frustrating situation of person that's been a part of this community for a very long time and has given to this community and been instrumental in, living in this neighborhood and forming this neighborhood and seeing it through many decades. He's also, served our country. He mentioned, like, these are things that we are benefiting from, and that we have created what it looks like was meant as a pilot to try something out, as you said, and now we're unable to go back. And one of the arguments I'm hearing here from the city is kind of the sunk cost fallacy, which I'm sure you guys have heard of, but if you haven't, that's throwing good money after bad. Well, we've already spent all this money designing this, we've had this pilot, we've gotten data, but we found out, unfortunately, that this has a critical flaw. And none of the charts are showing that there's a critical flaw that one of the homeowners is prevented from accessing his home. And that is an overriding concern that I'm guessing when council approved this, they were not advised of this. It sounds like even the homeowner was not advised of this project early on, so we have a communication issue. We'll put that to the side for now, but my concern is, what can we do about this person who is personally affected in his ability to use his own property in a way that doesn't leave the city at risk if we continue forward on a path that we know is going to prevent a person from using their property or put them in risk of harm? That puts the city in a dangerous financial situation, and we don't want to do that. None of us are here to put people in harm's way. We are all here to work with you to make things safer, and I know that's the intention. So I'm not trying to say it's not the intention, but the reality is we tried something and it's not working, and we've been unable to reach agreement on how to move forward. So there's a couple of thoughts that I have on attempted approaches that might work. However, we'll see what other people have. It sounds like there's a lot of good ideas here that we can share with you. But in the end, we need Mr. Duran to be able to access his home safely. And our project needs to cooperate with him as condition of approval that we would recommend to the council. Okay, a couple of the ideas. One is I drive my daughter down to a voice lesson in San Jose, and they have this separate lane where you can kind of pull out of the intersection and the flow of traffic to access the little stripe of road in front of the homes. This prevents people turning in and out of their driveways from entering the roadway. I'm wondering if we can do something like that. One of the things we have not looked at in terms of designs would be making that lane in front of the houses not part of the box. You're giving me a look like maybe that's not clear enough. Another example of that is on Alma at Meadow, right in front of the apartments there, right by the grocery outlet. There's a little lane that is separate from Alma because nobody wants people coming in and out of driveways at that part of Alma due to the big intersection. So if you were looking for a solution to allow someone to continue using the curve as it is without any changes, that might be a way to do it. It would narrow the intersection. It would provide a physical barrier between that drive path and the road, quote unquote. That's something to look at. And then the other thing to look at is that we heard from Mr. Yang that we are required to comply with ADA regulations if we do anything, even a pilot. And I'm wondering, what is the consequence if we return it to normal? Is that a fine? Is that fine lower than the cost of re-engineering this thing over and over and over again? And the third option is, what if we delay? What if we take this project and put it on a shelf for a decade? Like remove the temporary situation, put it back to normal, have a project ready that would comply, that could be built 10 years from now instead of tomorrow. So those are all my suggestions. I'd love to hear other people's ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson.
I think Commissioner Templeton made a great idea there that, you know, whatever we do propose to do, we put it on the stack, and I don't know how long it takes to get projects done, but last time I checked, it's usually quite a while once they're designed, put out for bid and all the rest. So the point I wanted to make is that in the data set, if you go all the way back to, I think I'm in 2022 here, somewhere in there, it actually increased traffic at peak. It went from, if you look at the, can we put the map up real quick? Just Google map or something. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a good map, just Google Maps. And I think I know why maybe it did that. But it ends up, if you split it, because it ends up being a northbound, southbound problem. It's not the same street if you're going northbound and southbound on it.
So I think Commissioner Peterson was asking if we could pull up a Google map.
Yeah, we're good.
Yes, we're working on that.
We'll take a break. And then just to do a spoiler, what I'm gonna get is, you know, there's a major employer that probably is where people are driving to and from, if we start looking at where are people going. So let's zoom out. Let's just take a big view of Palo Alto. And let's see what's on the north side of Palo Alto. Kind of to the left of all this. Keep going out with it. Oops, keep trying to use my hands. Computer's going slow. There it goes. Movement. Yep. Now we're going to zoom out to the whole world. And so all of this is zooming. So north is the right side of the street and southbound is the left side of the street, correct? Okay, because I wasn't sure, you know, which way is actually north around here. I can never figure out. Because all the cars, as best I could tell, they were heading northbound, seems to be the big problem in the afternoon, which means they're coming from someplace on the left.
Do you want me to move anywhere else, Commissioner Peterson?
We're getting there.
They're trying to get around traffic.
Right. And maybe on University, they're trying to get around Willow Road, which I understand Willow Road's a little bit of a gridlock. Let's see. So you gonna zoom out some more? It looks like people are driving down Hamilton. They're trying to get from University. And where are they coming from? What's at the other end of University?
I think a spoiler is in order here, just to move
Okay.
things along.
All right. So it's Stanford University. There's a big employer there. They got like 10,000 employees down on the other, to the left there. So it turns out they're also trying to figure out their own traffic because they've got 10,000 employees leaving every day in the afternoon, earlier and earlier, trying to beat traffic. They're on Willow, they're everywhere. Apparently they're going in front of our applicant's house. About 90 cars at peak are driving by there. and they're going northbound, but what do we call this thing? The bulbous? Bulbi? Sounds like we're talking like a dolphin or something. It's is on the south side of the street, southbound. The cars going northbound aren't even affected by it. And I think that's why it showed the number of vehicles increased from, let's see, 52 pre-pilot to 70, depends on how you look at it, northbound, 37 to 34. It didn't really seem like it made a difference there. And then in the afternoon, it changed it from 157 cars to 91. But in that same time frame, Stanford moved all their campus staff up to Redwood City as well to solve the traffic problems they were causing in Palo Alto. So that could be why if we went out there and did a study right now, we would probably find there's still no problem because thousands of employees have been moved to Redwood City. So just want to put that out for discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Peterson. Commissioner G, followed by Vice Chair Chang.
Wrong button. Thank you, Chair, and apologies to the Commission for jumping a little bit ahead of the curve during clarifying questions. I think, as Commissioner Templeton mentioned, we all have some interesting ideas to put forward. I did have a question about the slide deck presented by staff. Specifically, I don't remember which slide you referred to it on, but you said that there were changes in the control. Like you said that there were speed reductions. What was the control?
That was referring to university because of the concerns about pandemic travel changes. There was also a comparison to university.
So for speed as well, is that also looking at university?
Yes.
Or so we're not looking at the speed at this intersection that we're discussing in particular. Right. So we're. I guess maybe can you clarify exactly what the studies were for the numbers that you presented so I can make sure I'm clear
so speed was analyzed at, I think, 11 intersections, and some of them related to specific areas within the study area, and then some of them are for university. So those were used more like controls.
Okay. And then just to clarify, no new data was collected about the intersection, because I know Commissioner Peterson just mentioned that there were some changes between during the pandemic period, but since that 2022 data collection, there still has been no new data collected. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And then I'll kind of hold off on let everyone else go for a first round first. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Chang, and then Commissioner Heckman.
So I know that no vote is required of us for a study session, but oftentimes in study sessions, we have made motions so is there is that a hard and fast rule?
I will defer to the attorney.
Yeah, so in a study session, the commission is not able to make a formal motion, but it can certainly provide guidance, through a straw poll.
Okay, and so when this came to us last time, then it was erroneously marked as an action item. Is that correct? Because this is continued from last time. So if it was an action item before, I really want to understand why it's not an action item now.
Yes, that's correct. Because
and what are the legal implications of that, Mr. Yang?
I can't really say. I think it technically, perhaps if it were continued as an action item, it would come back on action. But practically, I don't know that there is a major difference from the way that I understand what staff was seeking at the previous hearing and what staff is asking for now.
Okay, thanks. Because what we're being told is that because council voted on this already, there's not much that the PTC can do in terms of, or that there's no motion that is needed from the PTC because it's already been approved by council.
I think maybe a better way of putting it is that that the council action on this item didn't require further action by the PTC. But that didn't preclude staff from coming back to the PTC to seek input from the PTC, and that's what staff did and what staff is continuing to do.
Okay, thanks. So I have to say that this is probably partially due to staff changes in the Office of Transportation, but I've been really disappointed about how this project has been handled overall. So first off, what we're being told is that the circle for which the PTC actually approved on June 14th of 2023, so more than 2 years ago now, that has not been able to move forward because it's been bundled together in the consultant, like the engineering consultant contract. And so because we haven't come to a resolution on this piece, no motion has occurred, no additional design has occurred for the circle, which is really disappointing because in more than 2 years ago, there was unanimous agreement that that circle was approved. There were actually 3 pieces. I went back and read the minutes, and there were 3 pieces. There was one piece, which escapes my mind. The third piece was the circle. The second is this bulb out. The PTC was very explicit that it approved 1 and 3. In other words, 1, which I can't remember, 3, the circle, and that 2 needed more work. So we were very clear about that. And in fact, I had asked, do we need to make a specific motion to have that number 2 come back to the PTC? And we were assured by Mr. Badia that actually, no, all 3 would be coming back to us. So if at that time, so we didn't approve 2 as is, we said 2 with more work. And then we were kind of led to believe that when 2 came back to us, that there would be a yay or nay vote. I mean, that's kind of the spirit of the conversation that we had. So then this was presented to council on consent. And council, I don't think, realized that the PTC voted unanimously that number 2 needed more work, and number 2 meaning the bulb out. And in fact, it says here that the PTC members unanimously endorsed the project and recommended to the city council that the staff be authorized to proceed with the design of permanent improvements. However, in response to concerns raised by the fronting property owners, the PTC further recommended that staff work with adjacent property owners to gather their input. But it wasn't clear that the PTC was really gung-ho about 2 of the 3 improvements and that there was 1 remaining that did not actually receive our approval. It received our approval to do more work on it. So I think that staff report to council was, glossed over, a pretty critical piece of information, and that's why we find ourselves here still. And in the meantime, it's been 7 years since like a very real problem of cut through traffic and speeds that kind of stimulated the initial request for traffic calming. That circle seems to have nobody's come to speak up against the circle. So that still hasn't moved forward. So somehow I really wish that we had been able to move forward with one piece and not move forward with the other. But it is what it is. Second, I wanted to ask, nothing has changed in the staff. So again, that's partially to focus our conversation because Director Lowe, you showed us many slides of the circle. Like we're all good on the circle, I think. We just want to focus on the bulb out. Okay. Second, I wanted to ask, is there any difference between the last time we saw the bulb out and today? I know that there was a conversation that was had with the homeowner, but is there any difference being proposed to us?
So the difference is to make sure that that curb is straight so that you can fit the car in that location 15 feet from the crosswalk.
Okay, so the bulb out has been further reduced since last time?
Yeah, it's the design that you see hasn't changed, but it would be direction to to the next step to kind of make sure that you can come straight to the curb.
Okay. So we had asked in more than 2 years ago to please take a really good look at this bulb out and see if there are any other options, including, and in particular, the size of the bulb out was one of the big questions. Was there anything done about that?
Yes, that's reflected in the design that you see.
Okay, but that was just shrinking it up a tiny bit because again, I disclosed this last time this came to us. I also stood at that intersection and saw, because East Crescent is so narrow, I saw people making a left from Southwood onto East Crescent and veering over into the opposing lane of traffic because it was so narrow. And so my understanding is that's why the bulb out has been shrunken up. But that was already done even before. That was already proposed before it came to us last time. Has there been any, aside from, kind of correcting something that made it more dangerous, was there anything looked at about the overall size of the bulb out?
I think that would be, it would shrink slightly with the straightening of the curb.
Right.
At the other end. So
5 feet, I think it was. Okay. I am disappointed that we haven't tried more innovative approaches because where I think we might need to head with this is that the stop signs clearly slow traffic down. There were no stop signs in 2 of the 3 locations where there currently are stop signs. And in fact, there will be a stop sign added so that people can't whiz around the wide corner. So I wonder if it might not be more appropriate, given the disruption that the bulb out causes, to just remove the bulb out, keep the stop signs. The stop signs, by definition, have to slow down traffic. And unfortunately, the data that's being cited as something that demonstrates success has not convinced me. It didn't convince me 2 years ago. It still doesn't convince me because it's the same data. And so I think that that might be an option that I would put forward to my colleagues.
Thank you. Commissioner Heckman.
So the last time that this was in front of us, Mr. Durand was represented by John Paul Hanna, who spoke on his behalf and championed him as he had many Palo Alto residents in front of the PTC and City Council. John passed away a little more than a month ago, and I want to just take a moment to remember him because like Mr. Durand, he was a long time Palo Alton who contributed immeasurably to our community. He was on the Crescent Park Neighborhood Association board for years and years. In fact, that's how I really got to know him about 20 years ago as a fellow member of that board. He was passionate about ameliorating the flood issues in that part of Palo Alto, having been flooded in I think it was the 1998 flood. And he was passionate about traffic issues and making University Avenue a sane drivable entrance into our downtown. And he had a statewide reputation as a lawyer. He was, well, not probably, definitely the most prominent condominium lawyer in California. So we'll miss him in this chamber, and I'll miss seeing him putt around in his old Ferrari on the streets. He was a charming guy, and so I wanted to take this moment to thank you, Mr. Durand, for actually bringing him to us on your behalf that one last time. In terms of this project, you know, it's odd that we find ourselves sort of resisting bringing something into ADA compliance, because in this particular instance, it adversely affects a disabled person. And so it's almost counterintuitive that it should do that. I'm hearing from my fellow commissioners, you know, a lot of pushback on having the bulb, but I wonder how much of that pushback would be there if the design were acceptable to Mr. Durand. And so that's really what sort of my focus is on is, you know, I've at the last hearing and this one, I've listened to hear what the problems were with the access. And, you know, one of them obviously is it's different. And that in itself is a problem. The other aspect that I perceive is one thing that's different is today and for however long, there's been a ramp that meets the street at street level. And these designs all propose a concrete pad that meets the street at curb level. I do think that there is one improvement that can be made, and it was discussed during the technical questions. Staff in their design of the concrete pad, as I understand it, has simply replaced the current ramp with a flat pad in the location of the ramp. That's not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily have to be done that way. And I think staff acknowledged that this is something that they could look at. If they're not constrained to just go right where the ramp is today, if they could swing it to the left. And I think one of the daughters mentioned that a frequent form of transportation here is an Uber, and you get in the back seat of an Uber. And so my question earlier was about getting in the front seat, because that's where that ramp looked like it was coming closest to. It seems like with a little more of a turn, we can have it directed to the back and even sort of flare out so that there are options. And then the only, to my thinking, the only issue is the step down of the curb, right? Rather than having a ramp down to a flat street. And you know, and I guess I have to admit I'm a little curious about this, because we're talking about only one end of the journey. This is where Mr. Durand gets picked up or dropped off, but there's the other end. And does every place he ever goes only have a ramp that he gets dropped in front of? Does he never get dropped in front of a curb? I wouldn't think that would be the case. And so I'm wanting to believe he can navigate from a car to you know, a concrete pad on a curb. And if so, then I think by swinging this around, that we can, although it's different, we can retain its accessibility to him in the context of this improvement that has benefits to a segment of the community by reducing speeds, if not modestly reducing cut-through traffic. And the other thing I want to comment on is, in my experience, it is highly, highly unusual in a public works project to focus on accommodating, you know, one property owner, the particular needs of a particular property owner. And I think we've, you know, engaged in some critical review here of the history of how this has been come out. And some of that is, there have been some communication gaps for sure. But I want to say I at least recognize that staff, in my view, has been trying to thread this needle. to address the neighborhood traffic flow, speed concerns, while making this special effort to see if they could come up with a solution that would work for this one particular neighbor. And I think by relocating that sidewalk, sliding it over that pad, it's only an additional couple of steps in that location. So it's not, and it's certainly better than having to walk down the driveway, which has been explained to us as a problem. So, that would be, given that council has given some direction on this and we're informally offering input, that would be my input, is that should be something that is fixable. And I would encourage staff again, when they come up with, if they pursue this and come up with that design, to show it to Mr. Durand and his family, to see if they can see what I think staff sees, and what staff has been seeing is this is a solution. And I think we need Mr. Durand to be able to see that. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner James.
I'm pretty sure you don't want to do a live design exercise here, but I just wonder if I can ask kind of an open-ended question about whether, given what you've heard here tonight, there were ideas raised, and I'm not really qualified to evaluate them. One person mentioned turning the street into one way. Someone else mentioned speed bumps. I'm just wondering, and maybe you don't want to sort of express an opinion, right here on the spur of the moment, but do you see or imagine that there might be some other design solution that would kind of meet these goals and address sort of the concerns? Most of the concerns are kind of running in the same direction. And I don't pretend to have the expertise to know what they are, but I mean, could the stop sign be on a much smaller island, and then the whole other part of the bulb out be, striped on the pavement, indicating that you don't drive there? Or I'm just trying to figure out like how, if there is a design solution that would, that might solve this problem in a different way.
So I think my response is, so staff has received council direction to proceed with design. Within that, I think that we can entertain sort of some changes. I think moving the concrete pad is a minor change that could easily be entertained with that. If the direction is something that's a dramatic change, I have some concerns because the process went through a community outreach process, and so some of that would, if we receive council direction to completely rethink that intersection, we would want to do like more engagement and kind of redo some of that process for that intersection.
Thank you.
Most of my concerns have been addressed, but I'll throw in just a few short comments. Back on April 9th, I expressed my confidence that OOT would be able to come to a design compromise that would solve the safety and speed issues that we're talking about, and also be acceptable to Mr. Durand. And I was particularly interested in seeing OT staff watch Mr. Durand get into and out of representative vehicles. And my understanding from reading the staff report is that that didn't happen. And that is the visit to see Mr. Durand didn't result in that information being gathered. It's perhaps a better way to put it. But I would still hope that something like that can be done and that the outcome of that will be relatively small changes that can fit into the paradigm you've already developed. If Commissioner Heckman had not brought it up, I would also have raised the issue of changing the size and shape of the concrete pad. I would also mention if there are appropriate ADA standards for doing so, that a railing or support post at that point might be worth looking into. Given some changes of that kind, I think a bulb out design can be made to work in all the other respects that we're concerned about. I don't want to dissuade you from looking into other options, and I've heard several creative ones that I liked, but that's not my call. But I would hope that there will be room for you to look into some of these possibilities in the design phase, the final design phase. All right. I think that's it for me. Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to attempt to share my screen. This is always a bit of a hazard. And share screen, start. Perfect. Lost my. Okay, 1 second here. Okay, I had a drawing, but I suppose I will draw it again. Hold on. Someone help me on where do I find, where's the art?
Would you like us to share that diagram and then you can mark up the screen? I think that has worked better in the past.
Yes.
Okay. If you would stop sharing and then we can share the image with the little car.
Okay, that's perfect.
If you need help drawing, I can also help as well.
There we go. We'll make it through this. Did I stop sharing? I did. All right. And so now I have a drawing tool here. I do. Okay. So if I understand correctly, our goal is we want vehicles to do that, more or less, because it's a northbound problem. I understand that now. I'm looking at the data set. And we want the cars to come up the street, Southwood Drive, make a left-hand turn, and continue up towards University Avenue and continue on their way to wherever they're going, across the bay, I suppose, in the afternoon. Is that reasonably correct, looking at the data? That's kind of the challenge we have.
Sorry, can you say the question again?
Yes. Is the challenge that the traffic flow that we're having a difficult time with, that we're trying to calm, is the northbound traffic, correct?
I think it could be both directions. It could also be coming.
When I looked at the southbound traffic, it actually increased with the bulb. So it's, and all the traffic was pretty much northbound. There's not a lot of southbound traffic, it looked like, on the street.
Okay. Yeah, well, that would make sense because it's turning right onto University. So yeah.
Okay. So knowing that that's the challenge we have, it looks like, how do we make vehicles make a shallow left-hand turn? Because that's what I understand. That's the bulb, is to keep people from cutting the corner. And so one of the solutions that potentially our consultant could look at, and I'll put it here in a different color, we'll go with red, I guess, is if they simply put, say, like bollards here, or something that's safe, a curb, that splits the street so that you're forced to go further before you make that left-hand turn. So then you're not cutting the corner.
Yeah.
Usually they're like those flexible things, like what they have for the bike lane now. So if you hit them, they just knock over. But in general, it just forces traffic to make that slower left-hand turn. And then the other one, I remember last meeting, what we talked about was potentially doing what's called a flat gutter, which means it's just a very shallow pan, so to speak. And if we put that shallow pan, I'll use orange, it's almost Halloween, through here, then that removes the curb completely, because essentially it's just a transition from the street into the landscaping, which then if there's a concrete pad, well, the concrete pad is actually at street level now, and it's just a slight dip to push a wheelchair through a shallow curb. I think it's called a flat pan curb, something like that. And the gradient here for water, last time we discovered is very shallow. It's like a 1% grade or less. So in that situation, a flat pan gutter usually works okay because the water is moving very slow anyways.
Can you do mine?
You want me to draw for you? Thank you, Chair.
Hey, since we have this up, can I draw what I was talking about in case, since it's up? Okay.
I think that's appropriate.
This green is what I was talking about. So you could still have this bulb out, but you'd have a little alley there where people could, like right where it currently is, where people, so the car would go down here. No, I just thought I'd draw it since we had the drawing.
Wait, sorry, can you explain it again? I didn't quite understand.
So imagine that this green part is filled in and this is the bulb out, but that there's an alley here right between the existing curve and the bulb out where a car could go.
All right, I like these ideas and I'm glad we've expressed them. We need to try and bring this item to a close. So what is the message that we would like to craft by a straw poll or other mechanism to send along with staff to council? Commissioner Templeton.
I think we have a couple of things we should talk about. I think process is important. I'm very, very concerned about the potential incongruities between what we decided here to recommend as a PTC body, between that and what ended up being put on consent calendar for council. And that you're now coming back saying, well, council already approved what you already recommended and we didn't do that. So I'm concerned about that and love to talk about process as part of our recommendations. I know there's other things we need to talk about as well, but I just want to make sure that's on the list too. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I know we're trying to move into the next phase, but I just want to make one last comment about some potential alternatives at the site. So I read in the addendum that the staff provided about the speed humps, about managing vehicle speed within roadway segments. I guess if you put speed humps close-ish to the intersection, wouldn't you also get a reduction in speed that you're looking for at this corner?
Yes, that's a possibility. Or one of the treatments they sometimes do is a raised crossing. But again, I think that these would be things where we would need to, like, I think that's a substantial change that we would need to kind of back up in the process.
Yeah, so what exactly is kind of the staff's interpretation of within the scope of, I guess, not large changes? Is it just like keeping some kind of bulb out? I'd love to hear kind of what the scope, potential scope is.
Yeah, so I think the description of the design was that it had a bulb out. The bulb out would be refined, and then so that was kind of the key to that piece.
Is having no bulb out technically considered making changes to the bulb out, or there has to be a bulb out in this design?
I think if we're moving forward with the council direction, I think that it would need to involve a bulb out. So if you have direction to change from that, then I think we need to rethink the process and.
Thank you. Just
maybe
wanted those
that's-
clarifications. Thank you.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Chang.
So this is where, I don't know how this is a bit of this alludes to the process issue that Commissioner Templeton was bringing up, but it was very clear that we wanted another look at the bulb out, right? We weren't approving any bulb out when this came 2 years ago. So I'm disappointed to hear that a no bulb out option would not be on the table. But because I would love a straw poll on why don't we just try stop signs? Because there's only one stop sign there before. That seems like a really simple solution. And I understand that there still may be ADA. We may have to fill in that ramp, but at least, the homeowner has also been objecting to sort of losing the entire front yard. It at least solves that issue. And so I would love to hear what my colleagues think of a just stop sign option.
So one way to approach this is, since we have a number of suggestions for staff, is to run through them one at a time and simply take a straw poll on whether the rest of us find them acceptable or not, rather than trying to drill down to one option out of many, but just say, here's some things that we think are worth pursuing. So an acceptance vote rather than a first.
To clarify, it's not that we would be picking one, we would just go through them one by one and say, you could vote for multiple ones.
Yes,
okay.
That's what I had in mind.
I would suggest that staff read back the list and we could pull. If I didn't hear any bad ideas tonight, so I'm not really sure we need to vote on them one by one. But if staff wants to read back, and if we had one that was not fully formed or they had questions about, we could clarify it. But really, the ball is in their court. We've given a lot of hopefully very useful feedback.
I'm probably receptive to that, but first I need to hear what Commissioner James has to say.
Well, I was basically just going to echo that. I feel like we might be able to accomplish the same thing by saying not one item per, because I'm certainly not qualified to say it's this one, but I think the general consensus is that we really wish that there was exploration of other alternatives besides this bulb design. I'm not the procedural expert here either, but that's just kind of my sense of that we maybe could get to the same place.
So the chair did call on me just by pointing. I think if we do that, I would like to be, say, including ideas such as these, because apparently we were not specific enough last time, and somehow our views were misrepresented to council. So I would want to be very clear.
Commissioner James?
I mean, but I assume we could do including but not limited to or something, just to kind of make room for an idea that was better than any of the ones that we brought up.
Sure. Commissioner Peterson.
I just wanted to reiterate Vice Chair Chang's comment that whatever we do, we want to make sure that we are not misunderstood.
Commissioner Templeton.
I also want to talk about the issue that Commissioner Heckman and I brought up, and maybe we landed on different sides of, about whether or not the agreement of the property that is affected is required, important, a priority, a deal breaker. So maybe that's a separate issue than the design. So that's probably a third vote. Thank you.
Commissioner G?
At this time, are we presenting ideas that we discussed are within the scope of this, or are we discussing kind of also more broadly?
I thought staff was going to read back what, I mean, sure, they took really good notes about all our ideas, but.
Like, I guess my question is
If I
staff,
could, if I could jump in, I don't have a concise list put together. There have been a lot of ideas thrown out, so I'm not going to be able to jump in as I often try to give you, I think we've got a list of 5 things that we could list, and then if there were ones that were missed, we could add to that.
However, I think that, I mean, we're not designing things tonight, need to go through like the engineering process as well. And not all of these might achieve the goals, but what I wrote down was relocating the concrete pad, smaller bulb out, a slip lane and channelizers to the intersection, and the 3 stop signs.
We
Did I miss
also
anything?
discussed removing the pilot. And we also discussed delaying the permanent installation to a future date in which it would be less inconvenient.
All right, so if the first goal is to determine whether there are any of those options to which we would object.
No.
I'll finish the thought and then follow up, Commissioner Peterson. So the first goal is simply to say, do we accept all of these possibilities as things we would recommend that you consider? Then I think that can be fairly straightforward. We simply list them, and if there are no significant objections from commissioners, then that concludes that straw poll. All right, and now I turn it over to Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. The flat pan curb, because I actually suspect possibly in the latest design we have, that is representing a flat pan, because the representation of it, if I was building it, I would actually interpret that as a flat pan. Which it makes a lot of sense on that kind of a bulbous turn to not have a hard right angle curb on that.
Commissioner G.
I was wondering if one of the things I talked about at the very beginning with having the ramp all the way at the front was included in this list.
Can you explain?
Oh
that?
yeah, like because some of the discussions around the ADA issue was because of the intersection, like moving the crosswalk section to a different component. Again, I'm not an expert in ADA law, but just trying to throw some ideas out there.
Okay, given that we've reviewed all of the options within the last couple of minutes, do we need them read back, or can we simply express our interest in all of these as potential options in a straw poll? All right, then I will request a show of hands. Do we support investigation of all of the options that have been listed as potential alternatives or modifications to the current proposal? Raise hand if the answer is yes. Okay, so that's straightforward. Process. What can we say about this that we would like to carry forward? Commissioner Templeton.
I'll start. We recognize that we've had a lot of staffing changes and that staff's always intention is to represent us faithfully. I think I would be interested, maybe not tonight, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I would be interested in hearing how we can do better. maybe what reflections the staff might have to suggest, because we do save hours by not excruciatingly poring over every single thing here in this meeting. I have many times said, I trust you guys to represent us faithfully to council. And it is concerning to hear that there may have been times where that process fell apart or things slipped through, and everybody's human. So it's not like there's no expectation of perfection, but if we are to be able to say, have you got it? And you say yes, and trust that process, we do need to be able to circle back. And I know you're doing your best working with the staff, and that's a level of trust we've been talking about even at the retreat. We're trying to develop that. But this is definitely an area to flag. So do you think it would be reasonable to circle back with us on suggestions, or we just leave it at that? Like, how do we, what's the best, most transparent way with the community to be clear that we're going to do better going forward?
Thank you for that question. And yes, this is something that we have discussed. It was part of our discussion at our retreat earlier this month about staff efforts to ensure that the representation in the staff report is clear as to what the complete recommendation from the Planning and Transportation Commission was, particularly if it's a split vote or something unique like this where there are different components. And we have committed to work on that. We also discussed things like including the liaison in attending those meetings or taking a look at those reports, so that if there is clarification that's needed, we're identifying those. And we appreciate the efforts of the liaisons when assigned to work and support and help make sure that we are catching those moving forward.
We have also in the past had a liaison from council attend planning commission meetings. Does that still occur?
It does not. It's something that council has chosen not to move forward with.
Do you think that if they were advised of potential issues like this, that would change things?
I'm not going to make a judgment call on that.
It was rhetorical anyway, that's fine.
At this point, the decision was not to have a liaison from council attending either Planning and Transportation Commission or the Architectural Review Boards.
So in order to save that time, it really hinges on faithful representation of our work. Who is, you said we don't need to go to the next one because it's on consent calendar?
But we would welcome you taking a look at the reports.
Well, I was just
if there are
wondering
concerns.
who's up next? I can't remember. God help me if it's me.
For the month of September, Kevin G is the primary. For October, Todd James is primary.
All right.
For November, Forrest Peterson, and December, Bert Heckman, plus we've got the backups. That is listed in every packet that you receive for Planning and Transportation.
I am looking right at it. Thank you. So Commissioner G, are you planning to go to the next one?
I wasn't originally, but now that given the situation that we've seen today, I think it would be important. I'll happily look at the packet ahead of time and take a look to see that.
If you wish, or, we can always write a letter together. Perhaps the chair could write a letter and vice chair, and we could all sign on. Just bringing this to their attention, if that's a better alternative. But I think in conjunction with Ms. Armour's suggestions on process internally, being able to transparently communicate that the process is not perfect and that they should read closer may be useful to them. Thank you.
Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to take a moment to thank the homeowner. Thank you for your time being here. And I hopefully you enjoy the meeting somewhat. It's not completely terrible to be here. We do appreciate you being here. You're a role model for all of us that you're keeping the process honest, you're keeping the process responsive to the community. And I can tell you, at least for myself, through the experience of working with you, that, you know, going forward, other residents, maybe that don't have as strong of a voice from you, I can tell that in your career, you probably achieved a lot and you were not somebody to oppose that, you know, we'll do better for other residents as well because of you. So thank you.
Commissioner G.
Apologies if this has already been addressed. Staff, do you mind just reiterating what the next steps in the process, given our comments have been, that goes to council? I know that because it changed from an action item to a study session, I just want to be crisp about where this is headed next.
I think given the feedback that I've heard today, I think I need to get some advice on how we should proceed. So the original intention was to go to council with the design of these options here, but it seems that the wires have been crossed at some point, and I apologize for that. That was not our intention. And so I want to get some advice on how we should proceed from this point.
All right, thank you.
All right, I believe that's sufficient on process. So if there are no other issues to be brought up, perhaps this item is concluded. Seeing no other lights. I expect the next item to involve a good bit of comment, so I think we should.
Sorry, Chair, I don't think we talked about whether or not the homeowners agreement to what's happening, like to what level. Are we planning to talk about that? We brought that up as a third item. We've only addressed two.
Yeah, we did bring that up, although I don't know that we can approach a solution tonight. Did you have something in mind?
I thought we would discuss it and staff can take it into consideration. That was all. It's a study session, so we wanted to have since we had differing opinions up here, you know, Commissioner Hackman and I both have had our voices expressed, but I'm not sure how anyone else feels about it.
All right, I will open it up for that, but I want to put a time limit on it because we do need to get moving on other things. So it is about 8:24, so by 8:30, let's wrap up this this item. Commissioner Peterson.
I guess I get the opening talk on this. So I just want to say that I think talking with the homeowner is important. Just, you know, for putting value thoughts out here. You know, I was raised, you know, with a strong tradition of in California, you know, family land ownership and stuff like that. And I was taught that the landowner has to at some point agree. Now you always have eminent domain that can come in and take the land. And we all hear stories about that. There's Westerns and stuff about it. But at the end of the day, the homeowner, the landowner, the homeowner should be in agreement. And, you know, the old one was, if you want to take my land, good, go buy some other land, give me the keys for it, I'll go move over there, and then you can have my land. Which resident, one of the residents mentioned that. If you just give me money, where am I going to buy a house from? Go buy me a house, give me that house.
If I may jump in, sorry, Commissioner, for interrupting, but I did want to make it clear that there is not any use of private land proposed on this. So there isn't any eminent domain.
There is the prevention of the existing level of use of the current land.
I understand that there is concern about the access and the change in that to the existing property, but none of the improvements would be on private land. And I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Stays.
Commissioner Hackman, you had some thoughts about this earlier. Would you like to follow up?
Sure. And actually, I think at the conclusion of the last time this was here, I said the same thing. Private property owners do not get to veto public works projects. That's the bottom line. If that were true, you know, virtually every public works project would be stopped in its tracks. Here, what I've encouraged is, as I did last time, and that is for staff to meet with this property owner and help the property owner see what staff sees, because I believe what staff sees is this can work for their particular situation. And so ideally, that would result in the property owner saying, yeah, I could work with that. But that is not a prerequisite to moving forward with the project, in my view.
All right, I have Commissioner Templeton and Commissioner G, and let's make it fast.
Thank you, Chair. I know you keep telling us that, but it's really important to people to be able to feel they can be heard at this commission. That is the whole point we're here. So I'll take my time. Thank you. But the idea of suggesting that this person is vetoing a public works project is not a faithful representation of what I said or what I think. I think that is a straw man that is easily torn down because no one would look at it like that. But this project was brought forth to help the neighbors in this community, and it's not working. It hasn't met any of its goals. The data doesn't say that this pilot should be moved forward. It was put in front of council in a way that they approved it without thoughtful consideration based on the presentation. And we're hearing from the homeowner and other people who've lived at this property that this is a problem. So to what extent do we want to listen when there's a problem, when a public works project is affecting one property and preventing access and use thereof? It does feel like an overstretch of the city. So I do want to be able to incorporate that feedback and to encourage council to listen to that feedback, because I imagine if somebody were to do something that would prevent me from easily getting in and out of my own home, I would be just as frustrated. I would not want to have to climb something dangerous to get in and out of my home. I would not want it to be difficult for my children to visit me or for me to get out and go to a movie or go to the store or anything like that. So I feel empathy for that. And if that is not part of the conversation, that hasn't been represented to council, that concerns me. So that's where I'm coming from and saying it should be part of the story. It doesn't have to be the whole story, but that's not the same as a veto. However, our direction to the Department of Transportation at our last meeting was to please work with the homeowner and try and come up with a solution that works for them. And that hasn't happened. So for me, it hasn't met the bar yet. Thank you.
Commissioner G and then Vice Chair Chang.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo Commissioner Templeton's comments. The reason why I applied for the PTC was to hopefully provide a voice for the community. So I want to say that. On a more tactical level, one thing I just want to elevate is I'm hoping that the Office of Transportation listens to some of the suggestions from Chair Aiken about going and just watching Mr. Duran get in and out of his car. I think that could provide some valuable insight.
Would you like a response? We cannot force him to demonstrate how he gets in and out of his car. It was requested.
Vice Chair Chang.
So I think we heard, the thing about this process that bothers me isn't so much that we didn't hear the public comment, and I don't think anybody thinks that one owner gets to veto a public works project. I think the challenge is that the PTC's direction, which incorporated our hearing all the public comments, was ignored. And that doesn't seem like what we want to do for sure. Kind of regardless of an individual homeowner or not, what the PTC's direction is should be faithfully reported.
Further comments? All right, I think we are concluded with this item. It is currently 8:30. I suggest, given that we are likely to have a long session coming up that we take a 10-minute break and return. All right, if I can get everyone's attention, I believe it's time to resume. Welcome back, everyone. This is a quasi judicial hearing on an applicant's request to amend a planned community ordinance, PC 5116, to modify an existing assisted living and memory care facility at 4075 El Camino Way. We have a recusal tonight, and I will ask for disclosures after that.
Yep. I would like to recuse myself from this item, formally on the record here, given that I have previously advocated about this project, and now prior to serving on the PTC, and now I do. And Mr. Yang has said that I may participate if I'd like as a member of the public.
Thank you, Commissioner G. Do I have disclosures from any other commissioners on this item?
No disclosures.
No disclosures.
I did a site visit again.
No disclosures for me. Commissioner James
Yes, thank you. I also did a site visit.
and Commissioner Heckman.
No disclosures.
I did a site visit.
Are site visits disclosures?
That's right.
I don't think they are.
I don't think so either, but there's no harm.
Actually, just doing a site visit is not necessarily disclosable, but if you observed anything there that influences your thought process, then that's what needs to be disclosed.
Or if you communicate with anyone about the project while you're there.
If I understood correctly, that was if you receive any information that's not in the public record.
That's right.
Okay.
And sometimes, people will make a site visit and then later they'll say, well, when I was there, I noticed X, Y, and Z. And so if there's anything like that, that's what needs to get disclosed at this time.
Oh, the no disclosure.
Good. Thank you for the clarification. It's always good to be reminded from time to time. All right. I believe we are. Oh, Commissioner James.
Well, I just wanted to add that I did a walk around all sides, but I did talk to some neighbors and and I did, when I did my walk around, I did visit with some neighbors and was invited into a backyard. So if that is useful.
All right. Thank you. That should be sufficient for disclosures. I believe we're ready for the staff presentation now.
Hi, good evening. My name is Emily Callis. I am the project planner. And I am pulling up my presentation. There we go. There we go. This evening, the PTC is considering an amendment to an existing planned community PC zone to allow for the construction of 13 additional assisted living units and 172 square feet of support space to an existing 121 unit assisted living and memory care facility, as well as site improvements, including exterior color changes and landscaping. The PCs that this is modifying is the 5116 approval for the Avant and 3775 for Palo Alto Commons. Those are ordinance numbers. This shows the project location on El Camino Way, adjacent to the neighborhood, single-family residential neighborhood on Wilkie Way. This slide summarizes the many public hearings that have occurred up to this point. Most recently, the City Council reviewed the project in May and remanded the project back to the PTC, as I will discuss on the next slide. After the PTC makes a recommendation, it will return to Council for a final decision. As a reminder, the Planning Commission voted 3-2-2 in December of last year to recommend approval for only 7 of the, at that point, proposed 16 units that do not face Wilkie Way. And then in May, the city council voted 4-3 to bring the project back to the PTC this evening for a review of a project between 11 and 13 units that would eliminate third floor units adjacent to Wilkie Way Boulevard backyards. And so this is the site plan as the PTC had reviewed in December. The green highlighted are the areas where the additions to the building are 2-story and the yellow were the 3-story. It was for 16 new assisted living units. And the revised site plan removes 3 of those 3rd-story units for a total of 13 units proposed. This decreased the floor area by approximately 1,850 square feet. It also increased the 3rd-story setback for the new proposed units to 25 feet 10 inches. One of the units is also about 27 feet away. And then the other yellow area faces towards the Avant. This elevation, the top one, also shows what the PTC previously reviewed, with the bottom one being the new revised one. There were at least one council member and a handful of neighbor commenting that they preferred the existing green color scheme. And so the green has been reincorporated. That was not discussed in the PTC report since it's not in the PTC purview. A transportation demand management plan and parking plan have been prepared and incorporated into the conditions of approval. The provided parking does meet the zoning minimum requirements. The parking plan includes dedicating spaces for visitors, staff, and residents, and the below-grade garage has key card access for employees. The applicant additionally prepared a revised daylight plane revision to assist in the PTC discussion this evening. This was attachment G. I included 3 of the sections here on this slide to demonstrate that the 45-degree daylight plane, which is the one that was adopted as a part of the original PC 3775, is what complies with both the existing building and the proposed. The 3-6 daylight plane, which is included for non-residential projects as a PC special requirement in Palo Alto Municipal Code 1838-150, does not, the original building was not designed to meet that standard as shown by the sections that show the existing building protruding into that setback. As I'm sure we will continue to hear tonight, there have been many neighbor comments for this project, including 2 neighborhood petitions that I am summarizing here. Concerns include privacy towards the single-family neighborhood, reduced natural sunlight, and discussion regarding the daylight plane calculations, staff and visitor parking in the neighborhood and the impacts for that neighborhood for parking, a desire for the addition to not request any exceptions from the zoning code, concern that WellQuest is a for-profit company, potential for this additions to this building to lower local property value and quality of life for the neighbors, and concern that the original PC ordinance conditions of approval have not been enforced. This project was reviewed under the California Environmental Quality Act, and a categorical exemption under Section 15301 for existing facilities has been prepared. A categorical exemption states that there are no anticipated environmental impacts of this project. Staff recommends that the PTC take the following action to recommend approval of an ordinance amending PC 5116 to allow the proposed increase in units and associated modifications to the development plan, and recommend approval of the record of land use to council based on findings and subject to conditions of approval. But again, we recognize that the PTC made the recommendation to only approve a portion of the units, and the PTC may continue to have that be their recommendation moving forward. This concludes my presentation. The applicant is also present and has a presentation prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Callis. If I understand the process correctly, we ask our clarifying questions of staff before the applicant's presentation.
You may, yes.
So commissioners, any clarifying questions for Ms. Callis? Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. So the first question I have is, I'd like to better understand the CEQA exemption on this one. I'm not completely experienced with CEQA. It's California Environmental Quality Act. And just not sure what does an exemption mean? What's the criteria for an exemption?
There are over 30-something exemptions, and essentially it is a list that is incorporated into that state law that says certain projects that meet certain characteristics are not required to prepare a more intensive document such as an environmental impact report, EIR. And so in the case of this project, because the square footage being added is under a certain threshold, it is considered exempt, and the proper documentation has been prepared based on that.
So it's a de minimis exemption, so to speak? I don't know if that's the right term.
I don't believe so. This is, section 15301, the 300s all are that list of categorical exemptions. And so 301, number 1, existing facilities, additions to existing facilities. It continues 302, 303.
So it's exempted as an existing facility exemption?
Yes, it's a minor addition to an existing facility. Mr. Yang, did you want to add?
I guess just the broader context is that there are, as Ms. Callis said, approximately 30 categories of projects that the state has determined are going to almost always not have enough effects to require additional documentation. And there are exceptions to the exemptions when you have unusual circumstances. But those staff determine that those do not exist here.
Ms. Yang, which exemption are we under?
We're using the existing facilities exemption.
Existing facilities. All right, thank you. That answers my question.
Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. So a clarifying question to the staff. Ms. Callis, the staff report indicates that the direction from the city council, and I have not watched that meeting, was to send this back to the PTC to look at a range of 11 to 13 units, none of which are on the third floor facing Wilkie. So when I look at the plan that the applicant has prepared, and they'll be speaking momentarily, it appears to me that 2 of the proposed new units are third floor facing Wilkie. And so I'm wanting to know from staff whether staff views the plan that's come forward since the council meeting as consistent with the council direction in that regard as to the third floor units.
I'm going to jump in, and in the end, that determination is going to be up to council to decide whether this is consistent. But I think, as you pointed out, the direction did include removal of the third floor, that the concerns, as I'm sure the applicant will discuss, they attempted to address the concerns from council by having those face a different way. And sorry for jumping in, but if you had anything to add to that.
I think the only thing I would add is that council did have discussions with the applicant during the meeting regarding project feasibility. The applicant will certainly speak more to that I'm assuming. But that is part of the reason why we wanted to allow the applicant to bring this version of the project forward.
Sure, and I'm looking forward to hearing their presentation, but again, having not watched the council meeting, so not really knowing the flavor, it doesn't sound like the direction that the applicant was given was under no circumstances, period, nothing on the third floor. It seems like at least there was some dialogue with the council about the concerns they were having about third floor units. So that it was maybe short of there's no way we're ever going to approve this kind of sentiment from the council. Is that fair?
It is, it was a 4-3 vote. It certainly wasn't unanimous. There was a lot of variation in council's opinion on this project.
Okay, thank you.
Other clarifying questions? I have just one I'll pursue at the moment, and this is related to the TDM. Page 28 of the TDM plan discusses data verification, and I was curious as to what entity performs the data verification for the TDM.
TDMs are required to provide annual reports to the city. Those will go through the Office of Transportation.
I just meant the physical process of doing the verification. So OOT would be responsible for that?
I think that's the response we've got at this time. We can take a look at that specific language and respond further if we've got anything more
Okay,
later
thank
in the
you.
meeting.
That's certainly fine for now. Further clarifying questions? All right, then. I believe we are ready for the presentation from the applicant.
I'm Steve Sandholz of WellQuest. Should clarify, WellQuest is not the owner of the community. WellQuest is the manager of the community. So we're a fee manager that provides senior living services to a number of communities in California, including Palo Alto Commons. But we work closely with the owners on trying to achieve their objectives. I'll keep this pretty short. This project's been discussed a lot with this commission, and want to be respectful of everybody's time. Know the neighbors want their time, and we'll be happy to respond to questions. But the discussion at the last council meeting, as we heard it, was first they were looking at your recommendation, this commission's recommendation to limit the project to 7 units where no units were built on the Wilkie Way side of the property. That project, they asked us, is that feasible economically? We said no. We don't find that project to be economically feasible, that the fixed costs of doing any renovation for that limited number of units just didn't make sense, didn't work for us. So then the discussion turned to what could work, and the reason there was a discussion between 11 and 13 units is because 11 is if you remove all third floor units from the Wilkie Way side. 11 is if we just remove the units that were closest to the property line. And so the decision to kind of go to 13 versus 11 was really our decision, that we felt like that was following the spirit of the recommendation to remove the most objectionable units that were closer to the property and back away from the property line, but it also helped with the project feasibility. So we have continued to make changes to the project to address the neighbors' concerns. Don't think we'll ever address all of them. I think we've tried to address the privacy issues by pulling back from the property line on the units that are highest up, by orienting windows to where they're not looking directly into the Wilkie Way neighbors' backyards. We've talked about planting, and we're willing to kind of put whatever trees they're interested in, again, balancing their concerns of too much shade with not enough privacy. And so that one kind of cuts both ways, but we're really prepared to put, trees that they find acceptable into the landscaping plan. We've addressed the paint color. They didn't like some of the colors that we've used as we've redone the building and wanted something that was more, I guess, muted on their side. And so we've proposed to change that to a green that we hope everybody finds acceptable. In the end, the direction we got from council was that they did see public benefit in this project, would like to find a way to kind of thread the needle and address neighbors' concerns, but still have something that's feasible to provide additional senior housing units to the Palo Alto community. So that's kind of what's brought us to this point and back to the conversation with you. Our architect is here and could walk through the changes that were made on the 3 units that were removed and how that is changed the plan. I think staff covered that pretty well. So we're happy to have them take time if you'd like to hear from them, but we're also happy to finish our presentation with just these comments.
Thank you. We'll have an opportunity to ask questions of you after public comment. So if there are, then hopefully they can be addressed then.
Great.
Thank you very much. All right, the next step is public comment. Mr. Tavera, could you remind everyone of the rules for length of time for comments?
Yes, the chair and board policies. I want to just share that we have 2 group speakers, and per policy, we have groups representing 5 or more are allowed to have up to 10 minutes to speak per the chair's discretion, and then individual speakers can have, per the discretion of the chair, up to 3 minutes. So with that being said, at the moment, I do have those 2 group presentations representing those groups. And then besides that, I do have 17 individuals requesting to speak, including on Zoom.
So we may have to cut down the individual time a bit, as that's 51 minutes worth of individual speakers plus 20 minutes for the groups. Let's see if we can do 2 minutes per individual speaker, and we'll retain the 10 minutes for the groups.
Okay. And then just give me a moment as the group speakers do have presentations that I'm going to pull up. I'm going to invite Lily L, speaking on behalf of 5, to come up to the public mic. Give me 1 second.
Okay. All right. Good evening, members of the PTC. Thank you so much for giving a chance for us to share our perspective. So my name is Lily Lee. I've lived at 4080 Wilkie Way since 2003 and in this neighborhood since 1997. Next slide. So historically, my family and I have supported senior services, and we feel that historically, Palo Alto Commons was a good neighbor. And that's why we had supported adding the 7 interior units, which the PTC has already approved. However, I want to start with some historical context to explain why we support the PTC's prior vote to approve only these 7 interior units and not the proposed additional construction in the back of 6 housing units and 2 offices. And I'll explain how things have changed and that the current proposal violates both commercial and residential setback and daylight plane requirements. Next slide. So first, I believe everybody agrees that Palo Alto Commons is a commercial development, not residential. You'll see from the record from 1987 that in 1978, the PTC and City Council specified that this lot be downsized to protect neighbors from over-intrusion and to create a transition between the residential and commercial areas. Next slide. And the owner, Mr. Reller, committed to maintain comparable density and mass, which is great. Next slide, please. And at that time, the architect agreed to reduce third floor impacts and to have a 1, 2, 3 step up close to the property line. Next slide. And the architect also addressed the feeling of the wall of the building. So in 1987, even though the commercial zoning may have been 10-foot setback and a 3/6 daylight plane, maybe given all the efforts of Mr. Reller and the architect to reduce impacts, the PC zoning requirement of the 10-foot setback and 45-degree daylight plane might have been not unreasonable. However, it's been a long time since 1987, and things have changed. So one is that the new plans for expansion are no longer consistent with what you see in the record from the original agreement. They increased density massing and removed step-ups. And second, the neighborhood context has changed. There's now more people and more parking and traffic pressure. So next slide. And next slide after that. So here's a reminder that for any new commercial construction, that would be required to follow a 10-foot setback and a 3/6 daylight plane. So the next slide, please. And even if the new construction were residential, then it would be allowed a 45-degree daylight plane. But this is not residential construction, and it would be required to have a 20-foot setback. Next slide, please. So for the cycle 6 plans, if this expansion were to follow the appropriate commercial requirements, it would have to use a 3/6 daylight plane. So you'll see on the left that this would make some units non-compliant. And even if the project were considered residential, which it's not, then on the right, you'll see that some units would also be non-compliant because they would be closer than the 20-foot setback. So you might say, oh, the PTC and the city council could disregard these normal standards because this project is special, so it can make exceptions for PCs. I believe the city already has something like 98 PCs, and so that's a lot of exceptions. And maybe you think, oh, this is okay because of the benefits of senior services. However, you already created a PC for this project that already had certain documented understandings to minimize density, mass, and the wall effect. And so is it really right to take advantage of this kind of like a loophole to make it worse now? So let me show you some pictures to remind you of what the project already looks like. Next slide. So this is the impacts in real life now, before the expansion. Next slide. And this is a place where 1 floor will be added under the new proposal. Next slide. So this is currently a 20-foot setback, but now with the new additions, it will come closer. Even though the new plans show fewer residential units, which is what people keep talking about, if you look closely at the plans, you'll see that it keeps the 2 offices that it wants to add. And those are 10 to 11 feet behind the back fences of myself and another neighbor. So next slide, please. And so this is the place that it's furthest, the building is furthest from somebody's back fence. So next slide, please. So the reason why it might have been in the past 10-foot setback and 45-degree daylight plane because it was within the requirement for RM2 that served as guidance, assuming comparable density and mass. However, this new proposal, even with 3 fewer units, will not give comparable density and mass. Next slide. And you might say, well, it was okay back then, it's okay now, but things change. So one example, smoking on airplanes was banned in 1989, and nobody wants to go back to that. And in the past, people used outhouses. So if someone wanted to build a new home now using the old standards, they might not be required to include a bathroom. And the city has no PC amendment process. So if we allow this grandfathering here, should we also allow the old requirements to apply for 98 PCs all over town? So finally, there's some other things that have changed since 1987. The management is now WellQuest Living, which is owned by Flying J Management, a $7 billion corporation that started as an oil company. And FJM has not been following the rules. You'll hear from other speakers that this corporation has violated city requirements for fire safety and for access by people with disabilities and other codes. And in spite of bringing this to the attention of the PTC and the City Council over many months, they're still not compliant. And in fact, in May, the FJM did not follow the City Council procedure when it made a new proposal out of order. So given all these changes since 1987, a 10-foot setback with a 3/6 daylight plane is an appropriate requirement. It is consistent with today's municipal code for new construction. So in conclusion, I believe that good governance by the PTC and the City Council means setting clear and consistent community-wide requirements for good reasons and holding all parties accountable to follow those. That sets predictable expectations, fairness, and an even playing field among anyone who wants to do new construction. And so tonight, you have the opportunity to uphold these values here, and I urge you to stay with the previous PTC recommendation that you sent to City Council for the 7 additional interior units and not to add the 6 units in the back of residential and 2 offices. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Our next speaker is Janice I, representing a group of 5.
Hi, everyone. My name is Janice. I live a few blocks away, and I've been living in Palo Alto my entire life. And I'll be talking about some of the parking issues that the neighborhood has been experiencing with Palo Alto Commons. Next slide, please. Following slide. So we know that parking has been an ongoing issue all the way from 1987, and I know we all have been hearing about this every time that we meet and chat. So I'll go through more of those details in the coming slides as well. Next slide, please. So the original PC agreement requires that parking is reported to the city. And this is something that we have not seen compliance for in the last 38 years. Next slide. So over the last 38 years, the PC has not been compliant with reporting any of these issues with parking. And even when at City Council, the Commons admitted that they have never submitted this information, we still have not seen any of this required information. So per staff since the City Council meeting 5 months ago, they still have not submitted the required information. So this is an ongoing issue and ongoing compliance issues as well. Next slide, please. So let's jump to current day today. So some of the current conditions around parking. Next slide. So I've got a few images that demonstrate the already congested parking in the neighborhood. As you can see, Wilkie is already congested with parking from these areas. Next slide. Here is another photo where we can see the parking challenges on Wilkie with many cars lining both sides of the street. I'll pause here and talk through some of the challenges that we have heard about parking from Palo Alto Commons. So Palo Alto Commons claimed that parking congestion was due to goodwill customers, but neighbors talked to many people parking who said that they are from Palo Alto Commons and that they're Palo Alto Commons employees. In conversations with a half dozen people that have parked on Wilkie, who have said that they are Palo Alto Commons employees and that they fear retribution from the Commons. You can check on Indeed.org on the job profile for this organization that there are many comments of frustrated, mistreated workers there. Additionally, people have also started to park on 2nd Street in addition to Wilkie. Hearing from a nurse, she did not want to raise her concerns because she was afraid of retributions. from Palo Alto Commons. A nurse told a neighbor that the employees have been told not to park on Wilkie Way for a few months until after the final decision about planning decisions and to park on 2nd Street instead. Neighbors on 2nd Street have reported higher amount of parking afterwards. There are also many folks who are visibly in scrubs who are believed to be working for Palo Alto Commons, as this is the only employer in the area that would require employees to wear scrubs. So going on to the next slides, we'll talk about the bus on Wilkie. So in this photo, we can see that the bus later in the night is parked on Wilkie. These photos can be found on page 83 of your packets. So maybe a coincidence that maybe this is just a one-time thing that the bus was parked there. Let's move on to the next slide. Still, maybe even more coincidences, just 3 photos of the bus being parked on Wilkie. Next slide, please. No, clearly this is not a coincidence that we keep seeing the bus on Wilkie. This is repeated parking of the bus from Palo Alto Commons on Wilkie. Now let's dive into some other parking violations in the Palo Alto Commons area. So here we can see construction material is taking up other parking spaces. Commissioner Suma had called this out in the June 2024 PTC meeting as being unacceptable. Charlene from the Commons promised the ARB in both meetings that they have already fixed this. This was back in 2024, and this has continued to be ongoing issues as well. So next slide. On this slide, you can see that the bus and construction parking is taking up space within the Palo Alto Commons. So on the slide, on the photo on the left, the bus is taking up multiple parking spots, and then there's construction material taking up more of the parking spots within Palo Alto Commons. Next slide. Construction equipment is also taking up parking spaces in the underground parking lot. The parking study found that 3 of the underground spots are unusable due to construction equipment obstructing spots. Next slide. Another thing blocking some of the parking spots are traffic cones. So here we can see that they have cones blocking off an ADA spot. Many visitors have reported trying to park there, but cannot due to the cones that are placed there blocking that spot. Even as recent as last week, they still have cones blocking the parking spot. So this was still very recent, still an ongoing issue of cones blocking that spot. Next, we'll talk about inconsistent valet parking. So Commons claims that they do have valet. There is not always a person who's there. So oftentimes when neighbors have gone by, there's no valet person to support in these operations. There's often no valet at all. So in these photos, we can see on the left that middle of the day that they don't have a valet booth out. And then on the right, we can see that there are a lot of people visiting at this time, and yet there's still no valet present. Next, we'll go through fire lane blockages. This is also a big issue impacting both Commons and the community. Here we can see vehicles in the fire lane. This is from April of 2025. Here are more photos of the fire lane being blocked. In June 2025, these photos were taken after the city council meetings and after the PTC meetings. So these are, again, ongoing violations. Next slide. Here again, we see that a vehicle is blocking the fire lane. This is August of 2025. Again, continued ongoing issue. Next slide. Continuing in September of this year, we continue to see this issue. And lastly, next slide. We also see the bus blocking these fire access road in this month. Next slide. And this actually became an issue when a fire truck was blocked from the fire access roads. So a fire truck had come, but a fire truck could not go into the Commons area because the fire lane was blocked. So to wrap this up, we recommend trust but verify. We recommend that existing parking issues be resolved before the project continues in the process, as we continue to see them not adhering and violating actions that they say that they will take, both with reporting, providing parking for employees, as well as adding more challenges to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is SP. SP, you may now come to the mic. I have a card here for either SP or JP. All right, then I will move to Jenny C. Just for clear, it just says JP or SP. Just initials, no full name. Yeah, give me one. Yeah, next, our next speaker will be Jenny C.
Good evening. I'm a Welky Way resident. I'm here to oppose Palo Alto Commons new 13-unit expansion project. I echo my neighbors' concerns on daylight playing, parking, and violation of current building code. Thank you.
Our next speaker is James C.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm James Cham, a resident on Wilkie Way. One of the unexpected blessings of the Commons proposal is that I've had a chance to meet many of my neighbors, extending my understanding of our neighborhood and its history. And one of the disappointments has been how the Commons has negotiated in bad faith with no visibility into their actual economics, hoping that we'll forget their past commitments and paper over our legitimate concerns. As I learned from my neighbors, the Commons hopes to break their promise in 1987 that they would not expand towards our neighborhood. And from my own experience, they continue to use parking spaces for construction and cause overflow on our streets. I thought we'd be able to come to some sort of compromise, but their concessions have been minimal and ignored our actual concerns. And in many ways, they've not actually followed up. So I'd request the PTC approve the previously recommended 7 internal units without the 2 additional offices they're trying to sneak in, or alternatively expand on El Camino Way rather than encroach into our neighborhood. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael J.
Good evening, Commissioners. I stand with my neighbors in opposing the 13-unit plan. The common currently designed rely on outdated 1987 daylight plan rule. All new project must meet with today's code, or the city risks setting the dangerous precedents. In fact, back to 1987, the common promised not to expand toward the neighborhood, and this plan break their commitment. They are shifting claim from 16 units to 13, saying the 7 is infeasible. That undermines their credibility. And with 15,000 monthly rent and national corporate owner, they can clearly afford to limit the expansion to 7 units or build the unit toward El Camino Way. Please hold them to today's code and their past commitment. Recommend 7 units only. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ellen H. Ellen H. After Ellen H will be Andy R.
Honorable members of the Planning and Transportation Commission. I'm a longtime resident of this neighborhood, and I recall when the Commons was developed and designed to maximize its capacity. We had huge debates how the three-story complex would impact the neighborhood and how it would impact adjacent properties. It took much compromising to agree on the building mass, giving up the 20-foot setback for open air space and staggered stories and a 10-foot setback, assuring the adjacent neighbors this is the extent of the building massing. This project is affecting the community who have already put in their dues, making great sacrifices to light and air, giving up the 20-foot setback for senior housing, and now again asked to give up more light and air. The daylight plane ensures no buildings inside the setback. I agree, but this compromise we agreed upon is not the standard. It's a compromise setback, and the setback is and was 20 feet. This neighborhood has already lost property value, and this project will further erode the value doing this. Any further type expansion would need to be outside the original 20-foot setback as originally zoned. I'm completely opposed to this project expansion in the rear. All the work we did in the past was to ensure property owners their legal right to light and air. This project affects the adjacent 10 family property values, the entire street visibility, acoustically and environmentally, not to mention the emotional well-being for losing so much, and with the construction affecting everyone, especially seniors. This has to be further studied with an EIS or EIR and ought to have benefits to the public, such as units for low-income seniors and provide solar power to the adjacent affected neighbors. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andy R., followed by Shiki H.
Good evening, Chair Aiken and Commissioners. My name is Andy Reed, and I live in Old Palo Alto, not a direct neighbor of the project, but we share the plight. I will address the Transportation Demand Management Plan. My question is, who is the TDM addressing? This document encourages employees to walk, ride bikes, carpool, and take buses, which is certainly a good plan, but speaks to a specific portion of the car trips arriving at Palo Alto Commons. I supported a close relative in a similar place for 10 years, and I can attest to how many contractors, outside services, and deliveries come and go daily, not to mention guests and medical support personnel who visit residents. These folks aren't going to be taking bikes and walking and taking buses. I remind you that only 15 of the 90-something parking spaces that Avant and Palo Alto Commons share are ungated. Most in and out services aren't going to call the front desk to access the spaces behind locked gates. Where does the TDM address this most important parking issue? My neighborhood experience with TDMs is that the applicant produced their TDM without input from neighbors, and the city cast it in stone. The problem is during meetings like this, sometimes everyone agrees to, well, we can see how it goes and make adjustments along the way, but that's not how it works out. Please make clear that the neighbors get input into the TDM before it becomes finalized. The TDM is only good if there are specific rules and consequences for non-compliance. For example, Palo Alto Commons could require employees to park underground. They could leave the underground parking area open during the day and direct visitors into it. They could acquire off-site parking for the employees. They could require identifying stickers. The TDM should give specific direction that improves the impacts on Wilkie Way. Thank you very much for your hard work, and I recommend going to your 7 units originally recommended. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shiki H., followed by Daniel P.
Dear Palo Alto Council members, I'm speaking on behalf of a senior in the community. I would like to express my support for the decision the TC made on December 2024, and that is not approving the units to be built against the backyard of Wilkie Way residents. The current tiered structure was a result of a compromise made 38 years ago between the commons and the residents. The tiered structure has already caused some loss of sunlight and loss of privacy for those residents. Back then, the residents agreed to this sacrifice because the commons had committed to build this way. The same residents could not have imagined 38 years later, the commons would withdraw their promise and commitments. The new proposed units would cause the residents to lose most of their sunlight and privacy. This is totally unethical and unacceptable, and maybe even illegal, given that this commitment was documented. In addition, the commons has been in code violation for the past 38 years. Also, they have not provided adequate parking, causing many cars overflowing to the neighborhood. On paper, it may appear that they have sufficient numbers of parking spaces, but in reality, those parking spaces are either blocked or difficult to reach. Therefore, the number of parking spaces is very misleading and grossly overstated. They claim to have implemented programs to solve the parking issue, but when talking to some staff there, they have not heard of such programs. In addition, the commons claim to have implemented valet parking, but many times we didn't see a valet person on site. The commons is showing signs of offering solution, but not only temporarily, as a method to gain approval for their project and only to withdraw later once they have achieved their goals. They cannot be trusted. They need to be held responsible for their proposed solutions on a permanent basis, and there should be some kind of monitoring and material punishment if they are caught in violation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daniel P.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Daniel, and I live on 4060 Wilkie Way. And I'm here to respectfully oppose the expansion as currently proposed. Earlier tonight, I remember Commissioner Templeton expressed empathy towards a homeowner losing their safe driveway access. And she didn't want people's voice to go unheard. And for me, I really appreciate that because that's exactly how many of us on Wilkie are feeling right now. Like our voices and the real impacts on our homes are being overlooked. This proposal still violates the daylight planning under today's code. The applicant is relying on outdated 1987 standards, which opens the city to legal and precedent-setting risk. Meanwhile, the common is already out of compliance, using parking for construction equipment, blocking fire lanes, and causing spillover on Wilkie. And even currently, I have a video showing the rooftop operation running in the early morning and throughout the day, producing constant noise that directly impacts the nearby homes. This isn't a small operator struggling to make ends meet. The Commons is owned by FJ Management, a $7 billion revenue national company. They initially claimed that 16 units were essential, but just before the council concluded in opposition to their plans, they pivoted to 13, trying to bring the proposal back into play. And even though the core issue remained, so that last minute move doesn't reflect, a real compromise. It reflects a strategy. And we're asking you to uphold the recommendation to approve only the 7 internal units, no external units, no new offices. And please help us feel like our voices matter, just as we heard you say others should. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Our next speaker is James P., followed by Nia P.
Good evening, commissioners. I've lived at 4080 Wilkie Way in the back Palo Commons for the last 22 years. We bought our house with the understanding that the Commons building was fully mature. I've supported more services for seniors, and the neighborhood was recently absorbed the significant impacts of the Avant project, which added another 40 units to serve seniors. However, I'm opposed to proposed 13 unit plus 2 office expansion of the Commons. In 1987, the Commons promised not to expand toward the neighborhood. This proposal breaks that commitment. I'd urge the PTC to approve the recommendation that was recommended last time it went to PTC at the 7 internal units without the additional external units facing Wilkie or the 2 offices. The current configuration of the Palo Alto Commons, even today, is pretty massive, as you saw from the pictures in previous presentations. It's leading to significant shading, cooling, and loss of privacy in backyards for most residents on that side of Wilkie. We're really fear that the expansion with the abandonment and step back design would result in even greater loss of value, privacy, and home utility. So the current expansion proposes a near solid wall of construction that fills in the entire step back area, and this is a clear violation of past assurances. The proposed Wilkie Way facing units would also violate current daylight plane standards, which would further devalue property along Wilkie. So in closing, I urge you to vote no on the project at 13 units unless modifications can be made to shift the project back to 7 interior units and focus any external expansion, if needed, on the El Camino Way side of the property and lessen the community impact of the project. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Nia P.
Hello, and thank you guys so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nia Porter, and I've lived on Wilkie Way my entire life for the past 18 years. I don't support the expansion as proposed. As my neighbors have already said, even before the additional units with what we have right now, Wilkie Way and El Camino Way are already very congested with both traffic and parking. This isn't to say that I don't support senior housing. I actually think it's a great thing. I would just prefer for the additional units to be built on the interior or front instead of in the back. I understand that the developer's cost for building in the front may be higher, but that difference in cost does fall onto us as Wilkie Way residents. Even now, without the additional units, there's an invasion of privacy. We can clearly see the residents, and the residents have an even better view into our backyards because they're higher up. The buildings also block the sun and the sky as it is. Adding additional units to the back would only further diminish the utility of our own backyards. It's also worth mentioning that these units are around $180,000 per year. That's well above what most households make in an entire year. I'm all for helping the community and our seniors, but I think we do need to recognize that these additional units are only able to benefit a very small, privileged group of seniors. And these people aren't even necessarily Palo Alto residents. At the end of the day, FJ Management is also a $7 billion for-profit company. The owner's daughter who runs the company even said herself, "Do what's best for the company, not what's best for the family." This doesn't sound like values that would align with what I personally think Palo Alto stands for. Palo Alto Commons has also been inconsistent in their story. Initially, they stated that this project was only financially worth it if they built all 16 units, and now they're suggesting a lower number, hinting at the fact that they might actually have a little bit more flexibility than they are revealing. It's possible for them to decrease the number of units overall and for them to shift more of these units to the front. I recommend that you guys only approve the 7 units. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel H.
Hello, my name is Daniel Hansen. I live on Edgewood Drive. I'm here on behalf of Jeffrey Shore and myself. We share the concerns of our Wilkie Way neighbors. We appreciate it and understand it when proposed land use changes are trying to take away value from your property. FJ Management is a large corporation. It's WellQuest is owned by it. The FJ stands for Flying J. You may remember those gas stations from the 60s. They've grown over time. According to Forbes, last year, FJ Management had $7 billion in revenue. It was number 89 on the list of the largest private corporations in the US. The bottom line here is they can afford to put the project somewhere other than Palo Alto Commons. There's lots of space out there to purchase. They can also afford designs that meet the Wilkie Way neighbors' concerns and council's direction of no third-story units. Palo Alto Commons is described on its website as luxury senior living. These units rent for an astonishing $7,000 to $15,000 per month. It's hard to imagine the addition of even one unit isn't profitable. Our other concern is that senior living and nursing homes are ripe for exploitation by private equity, given the high cash flow. So we suggest that in addition to addressing the neighbors' concerns, the city take steps to ensure that high levels of care remain at Palo Alto Commons. For example, specified nurse to tenant ratios, requirements to justify pricing increases, living wage salaries for staff, and preference for Palo Alto residents. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Penny B.
I join with preceding speakers who oppose the most recent proposal for a 13-unit expansion of the Palo Alto Commons. I have two comments to add. First, I'd like to note the increasing traffic and parking problems occurring along Wilkie Way behind the Palo Alto Commons. Wilkie Way continues to be packed with cars. Recently, some drivers have begun parking their cars on either side of the curve on Wilkie Way, where it curves around to meet 2nd Street. For drivers and bicyclists approaching it, this is a blind curve. The view of oncoming traffic is blocked by parked cars. Furthermore, it is almost impossible to negotiate the curve without ending up in the lane of oncoming traffic. It is a head-on collision waiting to happen if it has not already. I'm mentioning this to underscore the ongoing and worsening traffic and parking situation along Wilkie Way, attributable in large part to Palo Alto Commons. The situation will only get worse with expansion of Palo Alto Commons. Yet, developers of the expansion proposals have offered no viable plans for preventing or mitigating the very negative traffic and parking impacts of Palo Alto Commons expansion on the people who live on Wilkie Way. Second, I note that proponents of Palo Alto Commons expansion often claim that it provides, quote, public benefit, unquote, to Palo Alto because it adds more housing for health challenged elders in our community. I note that by virtue of its price point, which is very high and quite in line with its webpage branding as, quote, luxury senior living in Palo Alto, California, and its lack of financial accommodations for low-income elders, such as the HUD-assisted housing program at Lytton Gardens, Palo Alto Commons is a housing alternative only for underscored, wealthy, health-challenged elders. Much of Palo Alto Commons.
Thank you. That concludes your time. Our next speaker is Minami S. Minami S., you may now speak.
Hi, my name is Minami. I grew up in Palo Alto, going to K-12 schools in PAUSD, and I'm reading a letter on behalf of an individual who would like to remain anonymous as the patient is concerned this letter could affect how they are treated by the staff at the facility. All right. Only once can I ever remember finding a place to park in the visitor lot for Palo Alto Commons. Sometimes a van belonging to the Palo Alto Commons is parked in one or more of those spaces. Another visitor space is reserved for future residents and thus not intended for those visiting current patients. Construction materials or other obstructions sometimes occupy other spaces. And then there are always cars I presume belong to other visitors in what few spaces remain. Not finding a spot in the visitor lot, I then have to exit back into El Camino Way. There are never any other free places to park anywhere along El Camino Way because you can't park in many stretches and the rest are already filled with cars, probably belonging to customers of Goodwill. The same is true for West Meadow, so I ended up parking on Wilkie Way. I heard the neighbors on Wilkie are protesting being used as the effective extension parking lot for Palo Alto Commons, and I'm sorry that I contribute to their problem. I reached out to them and I'm grateful they will submit the letter. Please note that there are no handicap parking spaces in the Palo Alto Commons visitor lot, and this adds a further problem. When I brought with me a visitor who is mobility impaired, I had to drop that person off, park on Wilkie, and then literally run back to attend to them. There are a couple signs in the Palo Alto Common visitors lot indicating one can call for parking assistance. However, to place this call safely requires me to park first somewhere. Since there's no place to park in the visitor lot, this means I have to park first on Wilkie. Once I've done that, there's no point in calling, so the signs don't help at all. I'm sure the staff at Palo Alto Commons want their patients to receive visitors, but by having seriously inadequate visitor parking and no handicap spaces, they're making it much harder for me and others to visit. Fewer visits is detrimental to the health and well-being of those living at the facility. I urge the city to insist that Palo Alto Common visitors parking be expanded to meet its present needs so that I and others no longer need to park on Wilkie. Furthermore, if the number of rooms at Palo Alto Commons is to increase, so should the visitor parking accordingly. Sincerely, name withheld. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Niall Z. Niall Z, you may now speak.
Hello. Dear Chair Aiken, Vice Chair Chang, and members of the Planning Commission. I speak today on behalf of a senior neighbor, and I appreciate you taking the time, as Commissioner Templeton noted in the prior item, to listen to their perspective, even at this late hour. I have been following the development and expansion of the Palo Alto Commons ever since it was first built many years ago. For 45 years, I've lived at 360 McLean Street, just 3 houses from where Wilkie Way dead ends. Our daughter's best friend from 1st through 12th grades lived on Wilkie Way, with her backyard now totally obscured from sunlight by the Palo Alto Commons. This facility's continuous expansion, including now wishing to build out and fill in their stacked units, breaks the agreement they made when they first built it. This blatant disregard of their previous agreement demonstrates their indifference for the impact they have on their neighbors. We cannot have faith that they will adhere to any further agreements. For that reason, you cannot approve the expansion plan. In addition, the impact they have on not providing sufficient parking for their staff and visitors has caused overflow to occur up and down Wilkie Way and even onto McLean Street, where I live. Especially since they built the Avant Independent Building, staff and visitors park on my street and sometimes even cut through Jacobs Court as a shortcut to the building. This overflow parking on our street has caused parking issues with tradesmen and workers trying to provide services to our home. We recently had tree service and roofing repairs done as a condition of continuing our homeowner's insurance. The workers had difficulty finding adequate parking for their trucks near our home. In the past, my neighbors and I would know to move any cars on Sunday evening, but now cars parked from workers are preventing street cleaning. Please do not approve the current proposal to build out the building. Thank you for your consideration on this issue.
Our next speaker is JP. JP, you may now speak.
Good evening, Chair Akin, Vice Chair Chang, and Commissioners. My name is JP, and I've been a lifelong resident of Palo Alto. I want to echo comments made by neighbors and more than 100 residents who have signed the petition opposing the project. The quintessential issue here is simple. Palo Alto Commons has been a poor neighbor. For nearly 4 decades, they have failed to comply with their original agreements, ignoring parking requirements, skipping mandatory reports, and crowding our streets with staff, cars, buses, and overflow traffic. They promised step backs and density limits that respect the R1 neighborhood, but instead, we've been expansion attempts that disregard those commitments. Even today, they block visitors, parking with equipment, misuse handicap spaces, and direct therapists and visitors to park on Wilkie Way. That is not cooperation. That's shifting their burden onto the neighborhood. A neighbor recently pointed out that the only reason this project continues is that it relies on the zoning code from when it was originally built. I have a friend who lives nearby who says that if they rebuild their house to the original zoning code, they wouldn't even need a proper bathroom. Just an outhouse would suffice. This shows how outdated the rules are being used to justify expansion rather than promoting responsible development. I grew up here and I hope to settle down here in the future, but I would not want developers like this as my neighbors. Developers who break promises, push problems onto the community, and put profit over respect for residents. That's why I respectfully urge you to recommend only the 7 internal units and reject the additional external units and offices. Palo Alto deserves responsible development, not more of the same broken promises. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peter. Peter, you may now speak.
Hi, I'm reading this statement on behalf of a neighbor who wishes to remain anonymous due to fear of retaliation. Dear Planning and Transportation Commissioner members, at the May 27, 2025 City Council session on the Palo Alto Commons proposal, Councilmember Pat Burt did not assume that removing 3 units will address the problem if there are 5 units against the Wilkie fences, per the minutes. And when he said this, he was right. The latest plans still show second floor units in the daylight plane, and based on the current rules for commercial and residential PCs in our code. Staff's insistence that this one project gets to use a more relaxed daylight plane blatantly violates the equal protection rights of Wilkie residents. In countless other matters, city staff requires projects to follow our current laws, and they should in this case too. We've heard many different stories from Palo Alto Commons. They've said that fewer than 16 units could not pencil out. Now they're eager to have 13 approved. But they could move some of those units to the front of the building. For example, the plans show a new office on the second floor, room 262, at the front. That area could instead lead to a new corridor serving several new residential rooms over the front parking lot. These units would have no impact on Wilkie residents. The latest proposal also fails to address the parking problems. There is strong evidence that Palo Alto Commons is underparked, including photographs showing their vehicles parking on Wilkie Way in their fire lane. The council listened closely to past PTC recommendations on this matter. So your best efforts in this round could give Palo Alto Commons the units it wants by relocating some to the front, protect privacy and daylight for neighbors, and end the current flagrant parking violations. Thank you. Dear, sincerely a Palo Alto resident.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shashank. Shashank, you may now speak. Shashank, are you there? Right. I will move on. Our next speaker is Kai P. Kai, you may now speak. Kai, are you there? Right.
Hello?
Oh, let me see. Kai, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you to the PTC for giving us residents the opportunity to weigh in on this issue. While creating more housing and specifically senior housing is incredibly important, Palo Alto Commons as an entity, I don't know if they are the best organization to do that. They have consistently demonstrated their total disregard for the well-being of us neighbors, the residents of Wilkie Way. They claim to follow the current parking requirements set by the PC, while in reality, they just completely disregard it. As shown by many of the other neighbors, much of the parking that is on site is inaccessible to visitors or employees, and their own bus has parked either in the fire lane or on Wilkie Way. They have, when they've said that they wanted to listen to the neighbors' concerns, they told us that we shouldn't care about our property values because we have a Goodwill next to us, and therefore any sort of impact that Palo Alto Commons could have is completely dwarfed, and that should not be a concern for us whatsoever. When asked if they would be able to relocate those rear exterior units to the front of the building, they just said that it was too arduous a task. It was too hard to move the stairwells on the front, where even though they market themselves as a luxury senior living facility that charges prices to match. do not believe that Palo Alto Commons should be allowed to build on the rear exterior facing Wilkie Way, but I do still see the importance of creating senior housing, so I urge the PTC to still go with the plan of 7 interior units and units on the front as agreed to before. Thank you.
And through the chair, I just want to confirm that I do not see Shawshank on the call anymore. And that concludes public comment.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Tavera. So the applicant can speak for up to 3 minutes if you wish.
Okay, I'll try to go quickly. When we were last in front of the city council, it was for the 16-unit plan. We never said nothing under 16 wasn't viable. We said 7 didn't work. Daylight plane, we're following the rules that were kind of validated by staff in the ARB. We've shown that there is no real impact to the sunlight. We recognize it's a big building. And I think that all these residents bought their homes after the building was already there. We realize it's a big building and that there's trees, but what we're proposing, we don't think actually changes the sunlight. It's fairly comparable on the massing side. There's been a lot of comments about FJ Management. FJ Management is a partner of WellQuest in 3 other communities. In the real estate ownership of those communities, FJ Management does not own any of WellQuest Living. And FJ Management is not the owner of Palo Alto Commons. Palo Alto Commons is owned by a local family, the Rellers, that have been longtime Palo Alto residents and have done a lot of good for the senior community here. So understand the comments, maybe there's some misunderstanding about who owns WellQuest, but WellQuest is owned by me and my partner. We're a couple of small entrepreneurs. The reporting requirements, we're talking about that with the staff and asking who do we report to? Let's get that going. We're supportive of that. Parking, I think, is the ongoing biggest issue. And, you know, if we're the sole cause of trouble parking on Wilkie, I don't know that that could be demonstrated, but we'd be completely supportive of making Wilkie Way permit parking only. Give the residents of Wilkie Way permits and let that put that in the window, and anyone that doesn't have a permit, ticket them. We're doing everything we can to encourage and support not parking on Wilkie Way. We've put permanent incentives in place for our employees to park on site or to use alternative means of getting there. We do employ valet. If there's not somebody standing in front of the building 24/7, it's because we only staff during the day. And if they're off doing something else, then someone can come take their keys to the front desk and then valet will park their car. The bus now has a permanent parking location at the Avant. If you've driven by recently, you will see it parked in front of the Avant. I know one of the recent times last year when it was parked on Wilkie Way had a broken window and there wasn't enough space for them to do it in sites. They did park on Wilkie Way, not at our encouragement. It was a window replacement. Construction has ended. That was a temporary condition that did take up some parking, both in front temporarily and in the garage. That is ended. We always try to maintain emergency vehicle access, and this doesn't change traffic a lot. So thanks for your time.
All right, commissioners, there is an opportunity to ask questions of the applicant at this point. Would anyone like to ask a question? Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. The last time you were in front of us, the plan had 5 third-floor units facing Wilkie. The new plan that we're seeing has 2. And I'd like you to help me understand what, if any, changes have been made to those 2 from those two when we last saw them. For example, I think Ms. Callis might have mentioned that they have been set farther back, but I'm not sure, so I'm asking you, or your architect.
Yeah, I'm going to have Daniel Bowman, our architect, come address that.
So those two units, they are not facing the Wilkie Way property line. They're at a 45 degrees, windows facing, at a 45. Does that answer the question?
Oh, okay, and so, but the last version, they were directly facing?
No. So those units have not been changed, simply because they were already 25 feet away from the property line.
Okay, so those two particular units still shown on your plans are identical to the two that we saw last time you were here?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So then my other question for the applicant, and I mentioned before, I didn't watch the council meeting, but when I read the staff report, it looks like one of the council members, so it was a 4-3 vote to send this back with this 11-13 recommendation. One of the council members who voted no wanted 7. The two other who voted no seemed to want a lower number. It's not entirely clear. And so the 4 who sent it to us said 11-13, but nothing on the 3rd floor facing Wilkie. You've got a plan that you're asking us to recommend, and you're going to go back to council. And I'd like to know, I'd like you to tell us what you intend to tell council to convince those 4 that these two third floor units should be approved.
Yeah, our reasoning on that is that they are 25 feet back from the property line and they're not directly fronting the Wilkie Way neighbors.
Because of the angled approach, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anyone else? If not, okay, I have one. So this is with regard to a couple of documents that are included in the TDM plan. Those are the staff participation agreement and the staff parking policy and procedure. One thing that I expected to find there was something very simple. Staff may not park on Wilkie Way, McLean Street, or 2nd Street as part of the official policy. Is this something you are willing to add to any policy document that's distributed to your staff?
Yes.
Okay. If necessary, we can, we the PTC can add a condition of approval requiring that, but I wanted to know whether that was something that you would find acceptable regardless. All right, any other questions of the applicant? If not, thank you very much. Thank you to all the public speakers as well. We very much appreciate getting as much information from everyone as we can. All right, time to bring the discussion back to the commission. Start with Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to come back to CEQA. So very quickly, I was looking at the definition of the exemption for existing facilities, and when does an existing facility cease to be an existing facility? I assume there's some stretch there, but unfortunately AI these days tends to hallucinate, so I need to ask quickly. So it says here it's 2,500 square feet, but in the packet it says 5,000 square feet, and the project, if I understand it, is over 5,000 square feet. Is that correct? And I just want to double check, what is the square footage for a CEQA exemption under existing facility?
Yes, I pulled up the categorical exemption so I can look for the answer to that.
I think Mr. Yang is also.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's 10,000 square feet in general.
The packet said 5.
It can be up to 10,000 square feet. There are a couple different categories that do fall under that.
But if it applied to this one, wouldn't it say 10,000 in the packet then?
I'm not sure why the packet says 5,000, but the exemption allows, if you're in an area that's well served by utilities, as this is, it allows up to 10,000 square feet.
Can we pull up the CEQA exemption and actually see what it says in there? Is that case law or is that actually written in the ordinance?
It's written in the exemption.
Can we see the exemption and see what it says? Because I don't want to rely on it. I shouldn't be sitting here Googling because I don't know what I'm looking at. There we go. I see 2,500.
I've highlighted the 10,000.
Right, but usually the way I was taught to read this stuff is you read the first one and that's usually what's ruling.
That's not correct.
I'll take your word on that actually. So why is the second one, why does it say 2,500 and then 10,000?
There are conditions to getting to the 10,000, and basically if you're in an area that is urbanized, then you can have the 10,000. If you're not in an urbanized area, then you don't.
Can we see it real quick again? You took it back down, just so I can read it.
Additionally, through the chair, if I may, the 5,000 in the packet is referring to when something is considered minor architectural review in our zoning code. It's not referring to CEQA.
Oh, okay. So so here we additions to existing structures provided that. Okay, let me try to read the legalese here. A and B. So if the area is not environmentally sensitive, so is this not an environmentally sensitive area?
It is not. That would refer to like a wetlands or something like that.
It is pretty close to a creek. I don't know what the distance is. Right, we're within the already been built exemption, but there's subcategories and then to allow for maximum development possible in the general plan. So is that in the general plan? I'm assuming that's what you're saying.
Yeah, there's sufficient public utilities to allow development of this site, essentially.
Okay, thank you. That was the discrepancy I wanted to look into. Appreciate it. That's all my questions.
Vice Chair Chang.
So I did watch the city council meeting and also reviewed the minutes. And I think that's why I asked for staff to add a clarification in our addendum, packet addendum, that basically so I want to make clear that city council's motion wasn't that we approve 11 to 13 units. It was that we review 11 to 13 units because the maker of the motion didn't understand that we had already attempted to compromise. In other words, that we had suggested other, like I clearly remember at one of our first 2 meetings, possibly the first meeting, that we consider a certain daylight plane, and perhaps you can have these units and shave off some of the side, make it a tiny bit smaller to adhere to a daylight plane. And so council didn't realize that we had already explored a whole bunch of options. And so they said, well, look at something that takes off this 3rd story, because that seemed to be something that they, they were worried about the backyard neighbors. So that's just a point of clarification, that it wasn't that they were expecting us to approve 11 to 13. It was just consider something that might be more than 7, less than 13. There must be a way to compromise, was sort of the spirit of that motion. So I just wanted to provide that additional color. So then onto my personal comments. I'm a little bit disappointed with the applicant because they've seemed a bit tone deaf to what council has requested. So in the pre-screening, council was very clear about being concerned about the backyard neighbors. They were very excited about more senior housing. And we've also heard that the neighbors are excited about more senior housing, but they just don't want the impact to their light and air and their, honestly, the property value for their houses. Unfortunate. And so then between the pre-screening and the time the applicant came to the PTC, they actually found additional units. If I remember correctly, the pre-screening was for 14 units. And so the applicant found a way to do additional units that were internal or didn't face onto Wilkie. And rather than shrinking the number of units that faced Wilkie by the number of units that they found internally, they actually added 2 more units that they requested. So the pre-screen was 14. Then the first time they came to us with 16. The PTC then asked the applicant, okay, the PTC said, we're very concerned about these Wilkie neighbors. Consider this daylight plane, or can we do fewer than 16 units? And it wasn't, I don't know if it was to council that the applicant said that anything less than 16 wasn't feasible, but we were told here in the PTC that it was infeasible. And so it bothers me that at the last second, not even the 11th hour, but the very last second when it appeared that council was not going to approve the project, that the applicant spoke out of turn and said, oh, but we could compromise potentially. We could maybe do 13. And so that's, we could have saved a lot of time if we just started with that in our second meeting after we had asked the applicant, could you reduce the number of units in any way? So now I'm left wondering what is actually financially feasible, because we at the PTC have been told multiple things. Secondly, prior to the very first time this project came to the PTC, because of the public comment regarding parking, I went and did a visit myself. And I noted that the gates were closed, that there were employee-only signs for visitor parking that was in front of the gate, the garage. And thankfully, that has been corrected now. But prior to the second meeting, because the packet said that new signs have been added and visitors can call the front desk and be directed to parking, I did that. I visited, called the front desk, and was told that no, I can't get access to the garage, in direct contradiction to what was in the packet. Nope, you can't access the garage. And I was told to park in Goodwill. In those first 2 visits, I had also noted that there were construction materials in parking spots, and also storage of other furniture in parking spots, because I could see it through the gate. And at the third time this came to the PTC, I again visited, and thankfully this time I was allowed to enter the garage, but I counted 14 spaces occupied by construction materials and furniture. And so it bothers me that not only has this management company violated the PC and who knows what the prior management company did, but for 38 years, there's been no report. And then even while this project was being scrutinized before the PTC, and even when I asked that these issues be remedied, they were not remedied. And so I understand that there is a TDM now, but it's hard to imagine that I don't see the teeth in the TDM that would avoid these issues. And so that's something that would need to be fixed. Regarding the TDM specifically, it really addresses only employee cars. And yet there are many visitor cars and private caregiver cars and traffic counts. The TDM doesn't address anything about traffic or parking counts that are off-site. So I don't know how we would monitor that. And I know that, the initial PC had attempted to address some of that with the annual report, which we haven't seen. So that's my first round of comments.
Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. And I also thank the neighborhood for, again, coming out and providing written comments in advance too. Those are really helpful because when you do that, it gives us an opportunity to digest a little bit more rather than sort of on the fly. It's a lot of information that comes to us in the public comment. And I also appreciate the applicant is still at it and wanting to add housing to Palo Alto. And I think that's very important. In this first round, I actually want to talk about a couple of things that I think should not be controversial. And these are items that I raised the last time it was here. They didn't make it into the motion, which was ultimately approved and I was a no vote on that motion. So I want to try again because I don't think there was objection last time. I just think it got lost in the motion. So, and these address really a couple of concerns I had back then and still do. So the first one, very simple, and that is what kind of trees are being planted, are going to be planted. You know, I read before the last meeting and again before this meeting, but it's hard to tell if sometimes people will take a letter and just refresh the date and resubmit it. But a concern that deciduous trees were planned. We want evergreens, so you know we get screening year round rather than just during the leafy periods of the year. I heard the applicant tonight state that they're willing to put trees in that the neighbors find acceptable into the landscape plan. So I want to ask staff, how do we lock that down so that since the applicant is good with the kind of trees that the neighbors want, assuming the neighbors all agree, and they may not, how do we make that a condition that results in the neighbors having the trees they want planted back there?
As you noted, different neighbors do want different things. Certain neighbors do want deciduous trees and certain neighbors do want evergreen. The landscape plans have not been modified in the last rounds, and no one has directly reached out to say that the tree on their property line is not what they want. So the current implementation is that the condition of approval for the building permit plans to match the planning plans and for that to be what gets built covers the landscaping as well. And so that would be checked both at the time of the building permit and at the time of final inspection. And so, you know, certainly if there is anyone who doesn't have the right tree species, we do need to hear from them. But I'm not currently aware of any issues with the current landscape plan.
Okay, all right. So to the neighborhood, it appears that this plan is going to go forward in some form. How many units remains to be seen, but it's going to go forward and there's going to be a landscape plan. So if you're one of the neighbors on Wilkie who backs up to Palo Alto Commons, I would encourage you to look at the landscape plan. And if the tree behind your house is not the kind you want, communicate that to staff. We've already heard from the applicant that they're flexible. So let's not have that be a problem. The second item, which is a bigger issue, is the parking. And this relates to the TDM. I did look at the TDM again. It's a revised TDM, but it's a 55-page document and it's not a red line. So I couldn't tell what was different. But what I was at our last meeting, Ms. Callis and I both kind of remarked, it's a TDM, but really here it's kind of functioning as a parking management plan to some extent. Because it's managing the existing parking to respond to the neighbors' concerns. That was the language, and I agree with that. Or that's what it should do. but when I looked at this revised TDM, I didn't see how it was doing that. It references parking a bunch of time, but I didn't see how it was going to stop the problems that we've been hearing about. So for example, I couldn't find in the revised TDM a reference to valet. And I think we need to have either it's in the TDM as an initial condition, like a baseline, the requirement of valet and the hours for it, because I couldn't find those anywhere. And so did I miss them in the TDM, or are they not there yet?
Some of those details are in a separate document. There is a secondary document titled parking plan. It was included in the attachment that had the link to the project webpage and all of those documents, but it was not individually printed as an attachment to this particular staff report.
Okay, so I may have missed it because I followed that link to find the revised TDM on the project page on our website, but that parking plan, I guess, I don't think was an attachment to that. Maybe it was something separate. So
I couldn't find that either, and I looked as well.
Okay, all right. But what I think there needs to be a clear condition, a requirement of this project that that they have a valet and establishing the hours. And I leave it to staff to figure out with the applicant what appropriate hours are when there's more demand. Second, it concerned me last time, and it continues to concern me. First of all, according to the parking study, there are 98 parking spaces here, and that should be more than sufficient. This is a community that very few of its residents drive, right? It's employee parking, it's visitor parking, it's some additional care parking, but there should be enough parking spaces there. But we hear historically there weren't. It's really hard to tell if things are getting better or not. It's hard to know the dates of some of the photographs that we're seeing. But there are parking spaces that people can't park in because they've got furniture in them. And, in the garage, they've got furniture in them, and they've got construction materials or construction trucks. And there was construction material outside. And we're talking about a renovation of, expansion of this facility that's going to have a lot of construction. And so we need this TDM to have a plan that there should be 98 spaces available for staff, residents, and visitors, and those who care for them. Because that's what this is. And so if there are going to be times where those spaces aren't available, I think that this applicant needs to secure off-site parking and a shuttle for its employees. So if it needs to take up 14 spaces in the parking garage for construction-related materials and whatnot, fine, it can do it because it's going to shuttle 14 of its employees from a remote spot to eliminate the need for those employees to have those 14 spots. So that's the concept I have to make sure that the number of parking spaces there are available or the equivalent of them offsite. Those were the two things I wanted to tackle in this round. And I'm hoping that whatever motion goes forward, these will be incorporated as some form of condition of approval.
Thank you. And even though we haven't had a complete round, I've seen a light, so I'll jump in because I have some related comments regarding the TDM. So I see the references in the TDM plan to driveway tube counts for verification. And that always concerns me because, of course, anyone who's parking outside the site is not counted. So that affects not only our assessment of how well the plan is being supported, but also it affects our baseline counts from which everything else flows. So whatever entity, as I asked earlier, is responsible for doing verification needs to have some process in place for at least estimating the impact on offsite areas for parking. I don't think I can boil that down to a condition of approval. It's something that's technically complex enough that it should be part of the responsibility of the verification entity. But that does need to be addressed. And somewhat related, we also depend heavily on the annual commute survey to determine what the behavior of parking users and transportation users more generally is. If that's a thing that happens during a period that's known in advance, then behavior will change during that period. So that also has to be managed fairly carefully. And whatever entity is responsible for validating the results of that survey needs to have a plan in place for dealing with that uncertainty. Okay, I think that's my set of comments on the TDM. See, I'm not sure which of you was first. So Vice Chair Chang and then Commissioner Peterson.
So I was able to dig up an old appendix from one of our former packets that talks about, like, it's a parking policy or something like that. But unfortunately, it specifically says that visitors and guests of residents, visitors and guests of residents are permitted to use our parking facilities, but private caregivers can only park at nearby public parking. And so I'm concerned because there needs to be a place for those folks too. Like, if they're not permitted to use the same parking, then they're by definition going somewhere else, which could easily be Wilkie. So I just wanted to flag that as an example of something that we need to correct that needs to be corrected in any parking plan. So my broad comment about this is that I don't think that much has changed since the last time this project came to the PTC for me. In other words, the plans themselves haven't changed, short of removing 3 units that were on the 3rd floor. Otherwise, I believe, according to staff, when I asked at pre-meeting, maybe you could verify this again and say it for the entire commission, Ms. Callis, the plans are identical other than removing the 3 units. Is that correct?
Yes, consistent with what the architect said a few minutes ago.
Right. So since they're identical, I still can't make finding number 3 that we have to make, that the site development regulations are compatible with the comp plan and compatible with existing and potential uses on adjoining sites. The reason is because the comp plan specifically states that in policy L6.8, that we're supposed to support existing regulations that preserve exposure to natural light for single-family residences. And then furthermore, our own code says that sites sharing any lot line with 1 or more sites in an R1 or any residential PC district need to be subject to a maximum height established by a daylight plane beginning at a height of 10 feet with a 3/6 slope. And so I don't think that changes. So I just, PCs are required to do this. So I don't see how we skirt that. And this is a new PC. We can't use the old PC guidelines because this is a new PC. We've been told before that any amendment to a PC is essentially has to go through the whole PC process. That's why it started with the pre-screen and then came to the PTC and then had to go to council. So I think my logic still holds, which then leads me to say we would only, I mean, I understand that the council wanted us to review an option with a fewer units. But I don't think that they understood, at least listening to the meeting, they didn't understand all the considerations that had already been taken into place. So I think I would stick with the recommendation that we made in December, but I would like to add a bunch of things that have to do with the parking and TDM, because to be clear, even 7 units is a compromise already, because the residents have already expressed that today things are not working for them. So they've said, yep, makes sense that we need senior housing, so let's do some of those units. But then we still need to mitigate the existing parking issues as well as the additional burden that will come from a few more units. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman?
I think Commissioner Peterson was next.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, you were.
Thank you, Chair. So I agree with Vice Chair Chang. I think everything was actually explained pretty well. I'm not favorable with the project, but my logic is not so detailed. I think for me, this project is wanting for a CEQA. And I keep seeing it and I keep coming back that when we're done, we've essentially almost done a CEQA here. We've looked at all the documents, we've discussed it. It's gone back and forth enough times. I think there's been CEQA processes that probably took less effort than what we've just gone through. And I think that's why CEQA is important, is because you get all this done ahead of time. Everything comes in. We don't have to keep asking all the questions. We have to keep going back and forth. At the end of the day, we're literally talking about the same mitigations. Let's throw some trees in there. There's some traffic, there's some parking, there's some daylighting. It all sounds like mitigations to me that would have came out through the CEQA process. Probably a lot cleaner and more linear, and probably would have taken, less time and less effort for the community, because now they're using this process here essentially to come out and air their issues that would have been aired through a CEQA town hall. So that this was given an exemption, I understand, but I don't really fully follow the exemption. I see the 10,000 square foot, which is a special condition over the normal 2,500 square foot. But the 10,000 square foot exemption only comes into effect if there's no environmental impacts. But then we've just sat here and all the commissioners have talked about all the environmental impacts of daylight and traffic and parking, which are like pretty bread and butter of the CEQA process, especially when it comes to traffic. I've seen some CEQAs be completely derailed just based on traffic alone. And I think one of the other mitigations here is that they should look at, vouchers for ride share, something like that. There's going to have to be something that's more creative to cut down on the traffic that's coming in and out of the facility. And then on the daylight plane, it seems pretty clear that all their construction really needs to happen on the El Camino side to keep that daylight triangle in place. But I haven't seen anything suggesting that the very large open area at the front of the lot is used for expanded underground parking. We had a proposal not that long ago where they took the parking all the way to the middle of the street underground. There's not a limitation on the applicant on their lot. I mean, obviously it's a lot that's just, it's bulging at the seams to try to fit the facility that they want. But I think the existing facility just isn't configured to do what needs to be done there. But the lot size is certainly there, and it's not an unsolvable problem. It just becomes more expensive to be more creative at building out towards the front of the facility. Also, I do have a concern. I haven't seen anything about fire on this facility, but there's not a lot of access to this building And if there's ever a fire in it, I'm not sure what the fire plan is to evacuate the residents out of the building, because it seems like they all have to come out through the front of the building. So I have questions that I think would have been resolved, but that's why I agree with Vice Chair Chang, slightly different reasons, but at the end of the day, probably the exact same. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Peterson. Commissioner Heckman, back to you.
So as I mentioned in my earlier remarks, to me, this is a housing project. It may not qualify as RHNA housing, but that's not the test that we have to apply here. This is a place where people live. My dad lives in an assisted living facility, right? It's where he sleeps. It's where he eats. That's where his mail comes. It's the place he calls home. And he's there long term. And the residents of this facility and all of our other assisted living facilities, it's residential even though it doesn't meet the RHNA qualification. And we need housing of all types here in Palo Alto. And it includes housing for affluent people in our community, with their families in our community, who are aging out of independent living in their homes and need a place to go where their families are nearby. Because I can tell you, having just moved my dad out here from Florida a year ago, it is so much better when your family is nearby. So this is, to me, it's a kind of housing and we need it. And so I think, as I did last time this project was here, that we need to find a way to make at least part of it work. And really, I guess where I come down on this is if a three-person majority of the Planning Commission approved a recommendation for 7 units. That went to the council, and if the council, if that's ultimately what they wanted to do, they would have taken it and we would be done. We wouldn't be here tonight. But they sent it back to us because, and the way I read that, just naturally, is they thought more could occur on that site. And where I come down on this is I think that I'm supportive of an 11-unit total, which would be the 7 not facing Wilkie plus the 4 second-floor units. I feel even though the third-floor units may meet the daylight plane specified in the PC, and that is the law of the land as to that parcel. And so I respect that, and I agree with staff's recommendation that it's compliant. But that's not, to me, that's it is a further bulk and massing. And to me, that's inconsistent with what we're hearing from the council, and inconsistent, to me, not the best compromise. And I do want to spend a second on this word compromise, because in my experience in practice, a compromise is where two parties meet somewhere in the middle on an item of dispute, and neither party is particularly happy about that result. That's what a compromise is. What this commission did last time, to my thinking, but the majority did, was not a compromise, because the 7 units not facing Wilkie Way are really not in dispute. There is no dispute that they have no impact on the air or light or bulk or massing from Wilkie Way. And I think perhaps this might have struck some of the council members the same way. So what is in dispute is the 9 units that were facing Wilkie. And so where I come down on what I think is a true compromise that the neighbors aren't going to love and the applicant isn't going to love is that those 4 second-floor units which comply with the law that's applicable to this parcel. I would mention, you know, the general plan policy about protecting natural light, that's a good general guide, but you know, how many, you know, if you applied that literally, I think very little could be built up in Palo Alto. And so that's what the daylight plane is for generally, and the specific one applicable to this parcel. On the CEQA issue, you know, I do a fair amount of that work, and our city attorney has opined, and I respect and agree with it. But just to add a little color to it, you know, what you're really looking at when you're talking about environmental impacts, the primary ones that you see mostly are sort of traffic and biology. And so with this particular, another way to think about this is, you know, with traffic, we're talking about somewhere between 7 and 13 units where people who don't drive are going to live. So in past meetings, I think we heard from the applicant that there's going to be a small increase in staff. So a really nominal increase in traffic in the scope of Palo Alto traffic is almost nothing, right? And similarly, biology, this whole property is concreted over except for a little bit in the backyard. You know, there's no wildlife corridor here. And so I think that's the flavor behind why the state identified some of these urban infill projects as we really don't need to spend the public time and money to study it, because the chances are it's not going to have any impact, except as Ms. Callis mentioned, there are exceptions where if there's something unusual, like if there were a spring gurgling up on this property, that's kind of unusual. And there might be some biology associated with that, but nothing like that exists here. And so I think one of the things that's attracting you, Commissioner Peterson, to the CEQA is the mitigation measures. And in the suggestions I've made about the TDM and plants, I'm trying to accomplish the same thing through conditions of approval. And so that's a good, right? They're of equal weight, both work. And so that's what I'm trying to do here. The last comment I would make is, as to the 2 third-floor units that, again, I'm not supportive of because my impression is the council's not. If you're of a mind, if you're inclined to take those units back to council, despite whatever recommendation, because I'm pretty sure you're not going to get a recommendation supportive of those third-floor units, you should at least consider pulling those third-floor units back so that they meet the 3 to 6 daylight plane. That may make them small. You may actually have to reduce a unit next to them on, I think it's 13, to make it fit, and it may not work at all. But at least, yes, just to go back to council with the same 2 third-floor units that they have apparently already indicated some displeasure, I just don't think it's a recipe for success. So if you're interested in success, you might consider something like that. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner James, then Commissioner Templeton.
Yes, I'd just like to make some general comments. My impressions about this, I was not on the commission when this came to us previously. I feel like whether or not you see this project is compatible with adjoining sites is quite literally depends on where you stand. If you're standing on the El Camino Way side, this appears to be a well-maintained senior living facility that offers a public good to the community. If you walk around, as I did, to the other side and have the opportunity, as I did, to sort of visit one of the backyards, you come away with a very, very different impression. And I did that at dusk, and when the lights are on in the commons, you see right into the building, and there's a very profound presence of this rather large project in the backyards of the people who adjoin it. And it seems to me that, you know, the original Palo Alto Commons, in my view, was incompatible. You know, would I like to see 13 or 16 more units? I'd rather see even more than that. But I believe that this site is already overbuilt. And I believe it is invasive as it is today on the Wilkie Way side in the backyards of those neighbors. You know, and so I have a very hard time, as much as, you know, I would love if the owners believed it was a good business to expand this project into, you know, adjacent properties, and they could make a good business of that, I would readily support that. But I have a hard time supporting additional units built on the Wilkie Way side of this project.
Commissioner Templeton, then Vice Chair Chang.
Thank you so much. I'm really interested in Commissioner Heckman's comment, if you're interested in success. I think that's the theme of this project. And what does that mean? And what are we expecting of businesses and property owners who are interested in success? And we've spent hours, the community members have spent hours telling us about these unforced errors, one after the other, that are not being remedied. And the question is why? I mean, these are easy things to address. Like, this is the lowest of low-hanging fruit to give this project the credibility that it needs to move forward. And I'm very frustrated to learn that some of these things are still going on. It is good to hear from the applicant that some have been addressed, but the presentation's pretty compelling, and in the opportunities you've had to respond, you have not responded to things like fire safety access being blocked and people not being able to park in handicap spaces and all these other things we've heard from the community members in their presentations. So I'm really struggling because I want, and I have wanted this project to go forward. It has come to us, 3 times at least? And every time we've tried to make it work, and we've tried to make the case, and we have encouraged the applicant to do better on these issues that are affecting your neighbors. So it just makes the case so difficult, because now we're conflating all of these things, right? The need to provide more of these types of services to this community with the facts that those services are being provided at a cost that exceeds the agreement when the program started. So I'm trying to say that there were some boundaries and they're not being respected. There's not reporting, there's not enforcement on the city's side. We're just seeing so many frustrations that are happening, and it's hard to reconcile that, because the fact is, you know, we do want to expand these services, but we don't want to do it at a cost of, you know, the enjoyment of one's property, the sunlight, the quiet in the backyard where one lives. Last night in my home across on the other side of El Camino in Barron Park, I had the back door open and listening to the crickets and frogs, and I could hear them and enjoy them. And I'm not sure, based on what I'm hearing as personal firsthand reports, but also standing in some of those backyards years ago, I'm not sure that people in this community are getting that experience. To what extent are they owed that experience? We don't know, right? Some people are saying, well, they already bought the house. They knew that was there when they bought it. So how do we move forward? And I understand that is the practical question in front of us. There's another question that we haven't heard from staff, and I just want to, for a minute, indulge in this exploration. I know it's not your project, but I'm talking about it because it is a city project. There is a project to change the entire nature of the intersection of Meadow and the railroad. It will change that whole stretch from Wilkie Way down to Alma in ways that are, unless you're exploring those diagrams intimately, in ways that are hard to imagine. They will remove some of the driveways. They will possibly interfere with people being able to get into those homes. That they may, they're trying to determine whether it will cause takings. We don't know. But that whole block is looking at a massive transformation. And now we're talking about what are we doing in this moment with the relationship between Wilkie Way and the Commons, whereas within 10 years, we're going to be talking about something far more disruptive. And so if I'm looking at the future, if we're thinking Mr. Reller is a visionary and he wants to expand this property, and maybe sometime in the future when this property has been updated, maybe some changes will be happening in that part of the neighborhood. Who knows? I don't know. I don't see the future, but let's imagine there's some vision going on where someday this would be acceptable. How do we get there? What are we examining from our purview, right? How is this area going to change, and how would it fit in there? And so I'm thinking things like, if we lose half of the houses that we're talking about tonight, is this still a problem? Personally, I think losing those houses is a problem, so I'm not trying to say it's not. I've argued against this many times, but that's not the direction the city's going. So if that's the case, what does that mean? And the conclusion I come to is, while the residents own these properties, adjacent properties and property owners should do a better job of interacting with them. And if they don't want to do that, there are ways around changing ownership. If that's the problem is the neighbors who are enjoying where they live, who grew up here, who like living there, who love their community, who've just met each other and bonded over this experience, right? If they want to stay and the property owners adjacent to them want to expand, like, we have to find a way. Like, we can't keep butting heads. So what do? We have to be better neighbors. And this is, every single time this is coming to this commission, that is what we say. We encourage this, we ask this, and every single time we're hearing, of course, we've done all that, but that's not what the neighbors are experiencing. So how do we reconcile that? If we pull it apart and say, the building is the building, and all these other things that we have added on to the zoning to make sure that the building's expansion is not affecting the neighbors, if none of that matters, then we can't approve and we can't recommend these expansions, because none of the stuff that we're trying to put in place is being enforced. So that's a question to staff. To what extent do we take that stuff seriously? If we're putting these mitigations and it's not no one's being held to those mitigations, then what are we to do with that? How do we operate if we recommend, well, yeah, you could do this if you do that, but then nobody's making sure that the second part is happening? What can we have faith in that's going to happen?
And I think the only response I can provide to that at this point is similar to what we've discussed earlier, is that that is something that we are working on improving from past practice.
Is there a mechanism right now with the city in which violations can be enforced of current agreements?
Yes, it could be done through code enforcement or other techniques, yes.
And can we?
So there is limited capacity.
Have those been reported and just not handled then? Is that what you're saying, that the capacity issue is on our side?
So we don't have any open code cases on this particular project at this time.
That surprises me, given the complaints. So I will then turn it back onto the community members to suggest file the complaints, call code enforcement, and get it documented, because this is just going to keep going around and around until we are able to have some data to look at other than he said, she said. That is my comment at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. Vice Chair Chang.
Oh, I just wanted to address something that Commissioner Heckman said about a compromise being something that both parties are not happy with. And I remember that when this project first came before us, the neighbors said, don't approve the project at all because of this, because of the parking. I mean, there's a light and air issue, but also don't approve it at all. And I saw the neighbors move. And now we see tonight that the neighbors have said, okay, we can see that the cost of, that we bear with the parking problems and that we have been bearing with the parking problems is worth an additional 7 units, but not these other ones, because that detracts from our property value in a very material way. And I think it was documented in at least, I think, $2011 in one of the public comments, that the appraiser came to the neighbor's house and said, oh, and reduced the value of their property by $50,000 because they saw the neighboring, and that was $2011. So, but yet, from the applicant's side, we didn't see any movement until the last second. Even though we had asked, can we, hey, if this is the right daylight plan, can you shave a little bit off of this corner? Can you shave a little bit off of this corner? And the answer was like, no. So I think that the 7 units is a compromise already, because I've seen the movement. So I mean, we can debate forever as to whether they're happy or not, and whether but I just wanted to point out that I did see the movement from the neighbors, and I really appreciate, I mean, this is costly, coming to 4 different PTC meetings and 2 different council meetings, and there's at least 1 more council meeting. And, we had 20 public commenters, but then several of them represented 5, so 30 people coming for 3 to 4 hours each time. I mean, that's many, many, many hours. I think if you count just 1 person, they spent more than half a work week on that. And that's just in these meetings, not all the research that they've done. So thank you for your public comment. Thank you for sticking with us, applicant. And that's all I wanted to say.
All right, I'll add to this round since we're gradually running out of new things to say. I also cannot make PC finding number 3 because I believe the site development regulations within the district are not compatible with the existing uses on adjoining sites. Now, you can certainly argue about whether this has been true for a much longer period of time. But I think I have to argue that it's certainly true now. And my reasoning there is that we use the current code as our objective standards for deciding whether expansion projects are compatible. We don't go back to a code that existed 40 years ago. Now, as has been explained, we are free to set whatever development standards for the PC that we wish, but that doesn't mean that that changes the basis for our analysis of the situation. That just means we have the freedom to modify it after our analysis is done. Using that as a basis, then the proposed unit, all the proposed units on the Wilkie Way side, according to the packet supplement, violate the plain language of the code, 1838-150E and 1812-040. So the going in position is that for the objective basis that we have today, yes, the proposed project is incompatible with the adjoining uses. Oh, do we have a request to pull up the code language, which I believe you had in one of the presentation slides? And my analysis of the code is slightly different from the one that I've seen in some of the other presentations, because it hinges on the assumption of whether this is residential or non-residential. But in the end, that difference doesn't matter. No matter which set of daylight plane and setback requirements you choose, the proposed project doesn't fit. So where does that leave us as a basis for compromise? Well, I will repeat what I heard from council, which is I really, really wish that there would be a lot of attention paid to purchasing the Goodwill site and building there. And the reason for that is that buys you physically separate buildings for memory care and assisted living, if you want it. It gives you significantly more space, significantly less impact on the Wilkie Way neighbors, and you have the potential to solve all the parking problems. So if you're looking for a longer term solution, please push that as far as it seems possible to push. That's a superior solution in every respect that I can see. So that's everything I have to say for this round. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I would say both of us have talked about kinds of options that are outside of the scope, right? We can't recommend people to buy things, but we could say buying things is another alternative for how to get things done. And that is important distinction, but it's also really important to encourage the applicant to defang this argument by doing the things that you have already agreed to do with the city. And this is, it's always going to cause the conflation. It's always going to cause the problems and distract from the argument that the applicant is making, because it undermines credibility required for us to make the findings. We have to believe you're going to do the things you say you're going to do. And right now, there's not a basis for that. There's not a basis to believe that the agreements we would enter in would be honored. That is what you're hearing from the community. You're hearing frustration and reluctance to go into another agreement. And I realize that is not your intention. I realize that your intention is to run these services and do a good job and provide places for people to get the care that they need. And you are interfering with your own success. So please, I hope you can take the feedback that you're getting from this commission tonight as well-intentioned and supportive. Because if, seriously, I mean, I don't know how many times we can encourage you to do these things that are required and it not happen. You can't be surprised that we are struggling to grant the request, right? To put it in those terms, I'm sure that's not the right terms, but to make the recommendations that you're asking of us requires good faith. So some of the changes, if you're struggling with them, let's figure out why. Let's work with staff. Let's figure out from the community, right? Is this something that needs a parking permit? Take a good look internally to figure out why aren't you complying with the TDM? Why are you encouraging your own staff to park in front of your angry neighbors to exacerbate the frustration that's preventing you from expanding? It's in your power. And I understand. I'm reading your faces and your facial reactions. You're frustrated. But we're not hearing any other explanation. You have the parking. You're telling us we have the parking. We should be able to expand. And yet you're not using it. You're not protecting your neighbors from having your staff park on their space, or not even their space, city space, when you have your own parking. Why is something silly like this interfering with your plans to expand? And you may be looking at us and asking us, why are we fixating on this? But the question is really, why are you not? Thank you.
Commissioner Peterson, then Vice Chair Chang, then Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess I'll put some closing comments on my my CEQA thread. I think it was 8 years ago, CEQA was essentially environmental. It was trees and birds and some waterways. Somewhere in there, CEQA expanded to include non-environmental. And now you can have CEQA triggered by no environmental, entirely, non what we think about the environment, green environment, but entirely by traffic and impacts on the community, which is changing, I think, the way that the process works, because a lot of people still aren't thinking that what is a community impact? So I think that's why this is a good test case, because I think this would have been like the smallest CEQA ever. Like we can see, we're doing just fine without it. We don't need a CEQA, but I think it would have streamlined everything, and I don't think it would have added any cost significantly on top of everything. And I think we would have had what we needed to make the decision if we had everything in a full document, and we're not digging around and kicking over stones ourselves trying to find stuff that it's already laid out for us beforehand. And I'm a big fan of CEQA because I think it also protects the applicant, because you can put these things out ahead of time and you have some control because you're paying for the studies and everything else ahead of time, and it gives you a chance to work with the community, because that's the whole process. I don't know how CEQA actually works in a city like this, because I don't know if we would be called in as part of that process, or it happens completely away from the commission and then comes to the commission, the town halls or whatever is held for the community input. But I would encourage staff to look forward as we have more complicated projects like this, which are simple on the surface, but very quickly, turn into a little bit of spaghetti, and maybe offer the CEQA process, or, push applicants maybe on their own choice to pick a CEQA process versus trying to avoid it. I don't see it as a process to avoid. I think it's a process to use. So, thank you.
Vice Chair Chang.
I was going to make a motion, but I think Commissioner Heckman may have something to say, so I'll let him go ahead.
All right, Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, thank you. I think this will work well because I've anticipated what your motion will be. And so might as well just make this point in advance of that. And that's really to respond to both the chair and vice chair, and they're sort of looking at the findings and deciding whether or not they can make them. And just wanting to point out that the three findings that we have are on packet page 29. Of course, staff has found in their staff report that you can make them all. And part of the reason is because these findings were created to approve a new PC development, right? You've got a vacant piece of land and you're shaping. The beauty of the PC is you don't have to follow the rules that apply to the base district or next door. You get to make your own rules up. And that's what happened back in 1987 with this property. And so with finding 3, this ship has already sailed, 40 years ago. So it's asking you to look at, are the uses permitted compatible? That's the first thing. Well, it was already decided that having an assisted living facility was compatible with these Wilkie Way neighbors, as well as, Goodwill on the other side and the restaurant in front of it. And then when you look at the site development regulations applicable within the district, which means on the PC, are they consistent with the comp plan and with the existing and potential uses? Well, again, that was answered 40 years ago with an envelope, a building envelope that included setbacks and a daylight plane that defined where you could and couldn't build. And so I really think that the comments that I've heard from the chair and the vice chair really resonate more with ARB finding number 1, which appears on the next page. The design is consistent with applicable provisions of the comp plan, zoning code, area plans, and relevant design guidelines. When I hear you, that's what I feel like you're speaking to. So here it may be a distinction without a difference, but what's within our purview, I feel they do comply with, even with the I felt they complied with it with the 16, and so with the 13, even though I wasn't supportive of any of the third floor units this time around. So with that, I will gracefully listen to your motion, and we'll have, I anticipate, very short comments, if any, on my no vote.
Second, I see a light from Commissioner Templeton. Do you need to speak before a motion is made?
Yes. I was just going to say that is the essence of my struggle. What Commissioner Heckman said is that the problems that are being brought up by the community are not PTC problems, but they are council problems. And so whatever we do send to council would need to include that. Like, even if we were to find that they had made these findings, and I hear that maybe we're not gonna, but even if we do, like, that's not the point. The point is the compatibility point and the good neighbor point and the mitigations point and the enforcement point, right? So it's a very frustrating space to sit in right now because we recognize the larger picture, but I think I hear Commissioner Heckman saying we kind of have to stay in our lane. So I hope that the motion you make stays in our lane, but also addresses the rest of the situation. Thank you.
Well, hopefully you can help me edit if it doesn't. All right, so council's motion to us was to review an 11 to 13 unit proposal, which we have done. And I've come to the same conclusion after that review as I did the last time. So I would like to move the staff recommendation with the following modifications. To allow the addition of only 7 units, and specifically those units would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, and 11, rather than the 13, and not the 2 ground floor office spaces facing the Wilkie Way backyards. Second, to require annual monitoring of conditions and public benefits, specifically including section 3D of the original PC ordinance 3775. So that's on packet page 65 to 66. But for the rest of the commission, that is an annual report that includes occupancy, vacancy status, number and age of occupants, number of employees, number of residents and employees who use parking spaces, and a copy of renewal license for residential care facility. So if it was in the original PC, I think it makes sense for it to continue. And I think the specificity is helpful. So that wasn't included in the current iteration. Also, this incorporates a point that Commissioner Heckman asked for in the last PTC meeting, which is to strike the language in section 3, finding number 2, which is on packet page 29, that refers to the old benefits from the original PC, because those benefits are not part of the new PC. It's an existing, that, whatever benefits have happened have already happened. So those would be the second and third benefits. And there's already some typos in that because benefit number 2 isn't actually numbered, but it would be the second benefit, which is roadway, pedestrian, and bus stop improvements, because there will be none of those in the current project. And 3, a contribution of, I think it was 100,000 to Avenidas, not $1 million to Avenidas. So we would strike those 2 because they're not really relevant anymore. Fourth, that the condition of approval that staff must park either on site or off site as, and then, come in by shuttle. And then finally, that there's a revised TDM that includes a parking plan as an appendix. That might also include specific mitigations like a valet with operating hours, as well as a plan for providing 98 spaces of parking at all times, either on site or off site. So that would be my motion.
I'll second, provided the other comments that I made earlier about the TDM are just captured for forwarding to council. Good. So I don't think that needs to be part of the motion. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I like what you have outlined so far. My question is, or what? Right? We've asked them to promise these things. We've asked them before. What's the or what?
I don't know how to do the teeth in a TDM because I haven't quite seen that. And so that's why I want a revised TDM that maybe has some teeth, but I don't know how to propose that. So maybe I could have modified with a revised TDM and parking plan that includes consequences.
Consequences for noncompliance.
Correct, consequences for noncompliance.
That we believe will be sufficient to encourage compliance. And this is not a usual conversation that we have, and it's a tough one because of our relationship with the Commons, and how beloved this project is. And how we need to restore good faith in the community for this project.
If I may clarify one point, you spoke about that all staff must park on site, or I think you were saying at an alternative off-site location and come in by shuttle. Is that
Right, because I think
if some of the spaces weren't available during construction
or for other
or
reasons.
for other reasons?
The reason I mean, the alternative would have been to list all these streets in the area. But the idea is that this, they really are supposed to provide adequate parking for their own staff. That's how our parking numbers are determined. And so if they can't park them on site, if they need those spaces for something else, then
You're arranging an off-site location.
Right, they
not
shouldn't be
on the public
private
streets.
parking. We really
private
have to-
parking. They shouldn't be using public parking.
We have to be specific because without having been specific, a lot of the public parking spaces are being consumed by this business and not by residents.
So maybe that's a good amendment or qualification, which is staff must park on-site or on off-site private parking.
Or we could specify paid if they wanted to pay the city for parking, probably at a parking garage or something that could be acceptable as well. So I don't know that we need to specify private.
Okay.
We could say paid.
Paid parking, yes, that sounds good. And we've made some changes to the motion. So does the seconder agree to those?
Can I make a friendly amendment on that first? Or addition?
Let me cover this part first, and then I just wanted to make sure I understood all of the changes that have been made.
You'd like me to state the changes as we understand them?
Yes,
Okay.
perhaps that's good for all of us.
The changes that I understand based on the question that I just posed was that the staff must park either on-site or off-site at a private or paid parking location and come in by shuttle. Was there another change? I think that was the one change that we just, and the TDM. Go ahead.
Oh, TDM enforcement.
Right, revise the TDM to include consequences for non-compliance.
And I support both of those changes as seconder. Commissioner Peterson.
This is relating to Vice Chair Chang's language there. Can you consider adding a waiver for vouchers for rideshare? Because that's in lieu of a parking space, and it encourages the use of public transportation or rideshare, something like that.
I believe that's already in the TDM.
Is it in there?
And also, if they're using rideshare, if they're still staff, I would hope that they still park on-site.
Well, there'd be no parking. They'd just be dropped off.
Oh, well, that's fine. Then there's no need for parking because this was about saying that all staff must park.
Well, I'm saying, but rather than the number of parking spaces, if they can show they're giving out vouchers to their staff that's coming in and paying for their ride share, then that's in lieu of having a parking space.
So as I understand it, with respect to those 98 parking spaces, they're required to provide, I mean, that's what a TDM does, is it accounts for, how much of a parking reduction is made by each component of the TDM, and that's in the TDM already.
Okay.
And by the way, I think it's a pretty good program too. I think that part is well designed. All right, any further suggestions for change? If not, or discussion?
I have a question. Why are you removed the offices? I thought you were for them last time. Can you just tell me what?
No, I wasn't for the offices last time. I mean, we're trying to create senior housing here, and that doesn't add to the housing and does add to the burden on the neighbors because as one of the public commenters mentioned, like the standard setback would have been 20 feet, but they agreed to do 10, and these offices would be in the 20. It doesn't worsen the 10, but
It's worth getting that written down. So thanks for explaining.
okay.
All right, going once, going twice. I think we're ready for a vote.
Right. Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman?
No.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Chair Aiken?
Yes.
Um,
The vote
Yeah.
of 5-1, it passes with Commissioner Heckman voting no.
511, Commissioner G
Oh,
recused, yeah.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, everyone. That was challenging. Challenging, but I think carefully and thoughtfully done. Oh, would you like to speak to your no vote?
Yeah, thank you. Just very briefly. I mean, I think I explained my reasoning during the hearing, but I did want to just acknowledge that it's not every time that the maker of the motion will adopt into the motion ideas from a member of this commission whom they know is not going to support the motion. So that happened here tonight, and I appreciate the vice chair doing that. I think that those TDM additions, I think it makes a better project. So, but I wanted to acknowledge that it didn't have to be done that way, and I appreciate it.
It was also nice that you mentioned you weren't going to support the motion when you made those recommendations. I think that clarity is very nice.
All right, I think that item is now concluded. Since we have no minutes to approve this time, we're on to commissioner questions, comments, and announcements. Anyone?
Sure, I'll go.
Commissioner Heckman's light came on, so I'll set you up next.
Just wanted to let the commission and public know that last week, the chair and I had an informal meeting with some members of our planning staff. They wanted to talk to us about sort of where they were moving forward with the downtown housing plan and just solicit some informal feedback on what we thought of their approaches, what, kind of different ideas, what we might we have. Lasted, I don't know, about 45, 50 minutes. And I don't know if the chair has more to add to color, but that's about it.
Yeah, I can add a sentence or two. Just it's a challenging process dealing with economic feasibility questions and possible effects of SB 79. So it has some influence on how the downtown housing plan will proceed. So there was a good brainstorming session to cover some of those issues. All right, that's all from me. Commissioner Templeton.
Just public service announcement. Ballots will be arriving in people's mailboxes around about October 6th. So that's before our next meeting. Keep an eye out. And if you don't want people calling and bothering you to vote, turn that sucker in, because the county will tell the people not to call anymore once your ballot's submitted.
Thank you. Good advice. Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I got a chance as a part of the San Antonio coordinated, I always forget, the CAG, to do a walkthrough of the site. To be honest, it was pretty scary as a pedestrian. I encourage folks who don't normally walk through San Antonio to do so if they get a chance. We as a large group almost got hit multiple times. So want to comment that. And also one thing to think about as we think about transportation issues along San Antonio is that the Mountain View side of the San Antonio road is full of utility boxes. So that's one thing I noticed. So it's very difficult to do any transportation, even if there's a special setback on that side. So something to think about regarding that. And at some point unknown, Sylvia Starlack from Transportation has more information, but they plan on potentially closing down the 101 southbound entrance by Costco on Ringstorff. So, just, I don't know exactly the timeline, reach out to Sylvia specifically on that, but she mentioned that on our walk that may include making changes to the San Antonio side, which is currently only a northbound 101 entrance over there. Changes to come around 101 that may impact this project as we continue to see it. So, and also for us South Palaltans that use San Antonio pretty frequently are probably thinking a lot about the transportation over there.
Thank you. That was very useful. All right. Any others? Then we are